led by the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us commend. Canto básico de ver, il se porte la croix, dans l'histoire et tu l'épopée des plus brillantes histoires. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
L'on ouvre les portes, that the doors be open. Merci beaucoup. Order. À l'ordre. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Koyanimiko Kakti, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize a great Canadian. Full disclosure, he's my cousin. Jordan Tutu learned to play hockey in our home community of Rankin Inlet. He played 4 seasons with the Brandon Wheat Kings before joining the Nashville Predators in 2003, becoming the first Inuk to play in the NHL. After 13 seasons, Jordan announced his retirement from professional hockey. Jordan has faced struggles in his life. He lost his older brother to suicide. He conquered an alcohol addiction that threatened to end his playing career. He has turned those experiences into opportunities to promote mental wellness and suicide prevention. He has always given back to Inuit and Indigenous communities, and now will have more time to focus on his work with Indigenous youth. Jordan is an inspiration to all Indigenous people and indeed all Canadians. He has shown us that you can find success in life even in the face of tough challenges, and how to help others find their way. Jordan's Inuk name, Kudluk, means thunder in Inuktitut. Long may he roar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to talk about an amazing event happening right now in my area of New Brunswick, the 2018 World Under-17 Hockey Challenge. This tournament brings together young people from around the world across Canada to play their favorite sport, hockey. This is great for tourism, raising the profile of our area, and opportunities to watch the potential future NHL players.
Awesome.
My riding, New Brunswick Southwest, was proud to host 3 of the pre-games: Canada versus the United States in St. Stephen, Canada versus Russia in Fredericton Junction, and Sweden versus the Czech Republic in Blacks Harbour. I'm thrilled to report Team Canada was victorious. Congratulations to all teams for their tremendous efforts, the organizers, the volunteers and sponsors, and especially the teams representing Canada. I encourage all of my colleagues in this House to watch the games representing Canada in the upcoming games this week. Bravo. Go Team Canada!
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, last Thursday evening I walked with the Bear Clan Patrol in Winnipeg. It was heart-wrenching. The team of volunteers patrols the North End providing support for the most vulnerable. In just a few hours we encountered a sexual assault victim, domestic abuse, drug abuse, but also heartwarming expressions of appreciation. The Bear Clan was relaunched after the death of Tina Fontaine. They now have 1,400 volunteers and are helping 40 other communities set up teams. This government promised that while the inquiry into missing and murdered women and girls was proceeding, they would not pause on important action. Last year, a small investment from the Indigenous Services Department quickly ran out, the money going to sharp gloves, flashlights, and a very modest office space. But instead of committing funding, the department has left them out in the cold. They say they're busy consulting this year, so there's no money for a team with a proven track record. I call on the Minister to stand with the Bear Clan Patrol while they support the most vulnerable on the front lines.
The
Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, our freedom and our values lie in the sacrifice of the men and women who bravely fought to defend our ideals. With courage, they emerged victorious, be it at Vimy, Passchendaele, or Canada's last 100 days. It is thanks to these victories that we have earned the respect of our allies. Let us keep their heritage alive, as their dedication gave us the peace and freedom we enjoy today. This year, which marks the 100th anniversary of the armistice, we honor those who served and all those who still serve today. On November 11, we will remember your actions on behalf of our country, on behalf of all Canadians. So let us remember every day to live our lives as we should and to find peaceful solutions to all of our conflicts.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, Diwali, or the Festival of Lights, is one of the highlights of the year. It represents hope and renewal. It is a time for traditions to be shared with family, friends, and community. During this very special time, the spirit of Diwali provides us with a chance to increase our understanding of one another. We share a country where race, religion, color, and language are not barriers, but reasons for all of us to celebrate our diversity. Canadians of South Asian origin have made phenomenal contributions to Canada from coast to coast to coast, and Diwali is only one of the gifts they share with us all. In New Westminster and in Burnaby, we are particularly aware of their enormous contributions to the community. Jagmeet Singh, our national NDP leader, and the entire NDP caucus wish all Canadians celebrating Diwali happiness, prosperity, good health, and peace. Diwali Mubarak. Happy Diwali to all Canadians and all those celebrating Diwali around the world.
Very good.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, Quebec is mourning today. The Bloc Québécois offers its deepest condolences to the family of Bernard Landry, his widow Chantal, and their 3 children, Julie, Philippe, and Pascal. Premier of Quebec, a builder of modern Quebec, a great patriot, but first and foremost, a strong supporter of independence. Bernard Landry served his entire life out of love for all Quebecers. He was a pillar of our nation's economic development. He embodied the spirit of Quebec, and he held the highest positions, serving with vision, dignity, and a sense of responsibility. Mr. Landry transformed the relations between Quebec and First Nations and the Inuit. He was so proud of the Peace of the Braves. He was a man with a big heart. He was an accessible leader and as generous with his time as he was intelligent, principled, and devoted to the cause. Thank you, Mr. Landry.
The honourable member for Carleton.
What is special about attending remembrance ceremonies in a small town is that the populations are small enough that the fallen can actually have their names fit on the cenotaph itself. And local family members can walk up and lay a wreath in the name of one of those people who is carved on that stone. Vernon, Ontario is such a village. Harvey Linton is such a man. And his brother, Oswald, who fell over 7 decades ago in service to Canada, is such a hero. I say this to remind the House that while we always rightly break into great, powerful orations about the importance of our heroes, we have to remember that they were also real people with brothers and sisters, with senses of humor, with creature comforts. They were an awful lot like all of us and all of the people that we represent. So let us remember them as individuals, as people, and as family members. They are as the people we know from the places we go, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise in the House today to recognize our veterans. Royalton, New Brunswick may be a small community in the western part of the province of New Brunswick, but Royalton lays claim to having one of the largest number of people per capita to enlist in the Second World War with 26 men and 1 woman who signed up to serve. As they do every year, families of this community and all other Canadian communities plan to remember those brave men and women on Remembrance Day. Veterans Week is a time for everyone to come together and salute all Canadians who have served in uniform. Those mentioned from the community of Royalton and all of those who have participated in these hard-fought battles. We honor all men and all women who had a role in defending our freedom. We also honor the families of those fallen soldiers who have sacrificed so much. Thank you for your service. Thank you for giving Canada the country that we see today and that allows us to remain proud and free. This Veterans Week, Canada remembers. Please take a moment, have a moment of silence, and thank a veteran. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, Remembrance Day this year falls in the dark shadow of the recent attack on Jewish Americans at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. Hateful impulses arise mostly from ignorance and the failure to understand, for instance, how Jews fought side by side with their fellow Canadians and Americans to ensure our freedom. In my city of Hamilton, some of our leading Jewish citizens were veterans, people like businessmen, philanthropists Irving Zucker and Norm Levitt, prominent lawyer David Goldberg, who flew Spitfires against Germany and earned the Distinguished Flying Cross. Others came from more humble backgrounds, such as Al Garshowitz, and he was chosen to join the famous Dam Busters and was killed in the crash of his Lancaster bomber during that raid. In 1944, Kurt Loeb and Sam Resnick joined our Scottish regiment, the Argylls, and were in Burlington for the victory celebrations. Kurt's family had fled Germany in 1937, and the young soldier wrote home after the victory the letter written on Hitler's personal stationery. On Remembrance Day, all who wore the uniform deserve everyone's respect.
The member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise in the House as a former member of the military to honor my brothers and sisters for the sacrifices they've made over the years so we can enjoy today our freedom, and to honor members of the Canadian Armed Forces who keep on protecting our rights. 2018 marks 100 years since the end of World War I. To highlight this event, I would like us to remember forever. I've organized a commemoration called Charlebourg Remembers on November 10. The parish of Saint-Charles-Borromée, which is proudly celebrating its 325 years this year, will host a celebration followed by a commemorative march to the cemetery. We will read in Flanders Fields, and we will honor those who gave their lives during the First and Second World Wars so we can enjoy our freedoms. Let us never forget, and let us thank those who, thanks to whom we are here today, and let us wear our poppies with honor. The member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, today the Prime Minister will present an apology on behalf of all Canadians for what happened to the passengers of the MS St. Louis in 1939. 907 refugees, most of whom were Jews, knocked on Canada's door after being turned away by Cuba and the United States. Our response, which was famously captured in the book by Irving Abella, was none is too many. Since no one wanted to help them, it unfortunately helped to validate the racism and anti-Semitism of the era. After their unplanned return to Europe, over a quarter of those refugees died in Nazi concentration camps. They died for two reasons. They were Jewish and they were turned back. The families of several survivors are here today for this historic moment. I sincerely hope that we have learned our lesson and will not forget it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the second anniversary of our government's historic $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan. Since 2016, the plan has made clear and measurable progress to keep our oceans clean, safe, and healthy.
We have taken bold measures to protect our whales. We have invested millions of dollars to make sure that the brave men and women who serve with the Coast Guard have the tools they need to keep people safe on the water.
regulations around shipping and marine safety into the 21st century, and we've invested millions more in environmental protections and cutting-edge research to ensure our actions are backed by sound science. These achievements in no way signify an end to our government's commitment to protecting Canadian waters, Canadian marine wildlife, and the Canadian livelihoods that depend on both. We owe it to our children and to our grandchildren to ensure that they experience the wonders of our oceans firsthand and not through the history books.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, during Veterans Week, we owe our veterans and the men and women who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces our deepest respect and gratitude for the sacrifices they make to defend our freedoms. Unfortunately, this Liberal government should be ashamed of itself. Instead of helping our veterans, they make multi-million-dollar secret payments to convicted terrorists like Omar Khadr. Now, the Liberals claim they were forced to give Khadr millions of Canadian taxpayer dollars because they say the courts made them do it. But we know that the Liberals were never ordered by the court to make al-Qaeda terrorist Omar Khadr a multi-millionaire. They chose to give him that money. That stands in stark contrast to the treatment they're giving our vets. The Liberals did not leap at the chance to help our vets after realizing they were being shortchanged of their benefits for years. In fact, it's going to take another 2 more years for our veterans to be compensated. How can the Liberals justify this deplorable behavior? A convicted terrorist gets a $10.5 million check from the Liberals, and our veterans who sacrifice for Canada are told they're asking for more than they can give. That is shameful.
Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today Hindu, Sikh, Buddhist and Jain communities across Canada will be celebrating Diwali and Bandi Chor Divas. In celebration of Diwali, houses will be illuminated with diyas in every corner. Colorful Rangoli artwork decorations will be the vibrant centerpieces of each household, and family and friends will be getting together to share a festive meal. Delicious food and an abundance of Indian sweets will be a big part of these celebrations. So I urge you all to take part in Diwali and Bandi Chor Divas celebrations in your community and to not miss this opportunity. Just like the diyas brightening up your homes, I wish everyone an illuminating year filled with peace, happiness, and prosperity. Happy Diwali and Bandi Chor Divas to all those celebrating in Kitchener Centre and across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Essex.
The effects of poverty and social exclusion on women continue to impact Canada's economic and social development and progress. In my region of Windsor-Essex, 18.3% of people live in poverty. Among these devastating statistics, poverty is even worse for women and children. In my riding, 24% of children and 42% of female-led lone parent families live in poverty. This is 3 times higher than the general population, as a single mother is almost 4 times as likely as a 2-parent family to live in poverty. Why do women in Canada suffer, considering we're the 8th wealthiest country in the world? Women spend more time doing unpaid work, are more likely to sacrifice career opportunities, and hold part-time or temporary lower-paying jobs, often with no benefits or security because of their family commitments and a lack of affordable childcare. And working women in Canada earn only 87 cents for every dollar earned by men. New Democrats will always fight for a Canada without poverty, where no one is left behind and where every Canadian can live in dignity and respect, including all women.
The member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has lost a great patriot. Premier Bernard Landry died yesterday, but he leaves us with the peace of the braves, independence, culture, and Quebec's economic development were his 3 passions. From building Quebec for the 1970s to the digital shift of the 2000s, it was his view that the state should intervene in the economy. He balanced the budget and supported free trade in 1988. It took him a lot of courage to do that, because in doing so, he went against the left-leaning unions, but he did so for the greater good of Quebec. As he often said, country before party. Mr. Speaker, I knew him as a journalist. He never turned down an interview, and I remember how he once told me he was a family man, and he told me how hard politics was on families. So when I'm with my kids, I am 100% present. That's advice I tried to follow myself. He didn't have it easy. He lost twice before being elected. He ran 3 leadership races before becoming leader, but he never stopped. In the deep winter of his life, he still wanted to convince people of his cause. The great Quebec patriot has passed on. Farewell, Premier Landry.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be an Inuit Member of Parliament, and along with the Member of Parliament for Nunavut and all colleagues in the House, we're excited today to mark the 12th annual Inuit Day and celebrations of Inuit around the world. Mr. Speaker, on this day, Inuit governments, organizations, and communities alike, both on a national and international level, celebrate the rich culture and vibrant history of Inuit in the world. I want to acknowledge the fundamental role the Inuit play in Canada and our government's support Inuit-led policies, programs, and developments. And we recognize that traditional knowledge is a strong pillar that informs decision-making across the North. I am proud of the respectful way in which our government continues to partner with Inuit, creating strong communities, informing Canadians of the important contributions that Inuit make and a proud culture they share with all Canadians. Please celebrate Inuit today.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are angry that this government is gathering their personal financial information without their consent. Canadians were never told that this was happening. We learned it through the media. And that shows how much confidence the Prime Minister has in his policies. There's only one thing that Canadians want to hear from the Prime Minister now. Will he be cancelling this project, and when will he do it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government takes the protection of Canadians' privacy seriously, as does Stats Can. In fact, Statistics Canada has communicated with the Privacy Commissioner on this pilot project. We all understand the importance of accurate data for Canadians, and that is why we have confidence in Statistics Canada to gather the data properly while working alongside the Privacy Commissioner. And in that way, Canadians' privacy will always be protected. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Doing this because they got caught. Yeah. Stats Canada wasn't consulting with the Privacy Commissioner for the 15 years that they were raiding Canadians' private financial data. That's what Canadians are concerned about. He's not protecting their rights, he's violating them. Will he do the right thing and stop this practice?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, we campaigned on a promise to restore the long-form census. And the arguments the Conservative Party made in the years up to the cancellation of the long-form census are exactly the same arguments they're making today about Statistics Canada. Trumped-up arguments about protection of privacy when they know, and indeed all Canadians should know, that Statistics Canada works with the Privacy Commissioner, respects and protects the privacy of Canadians, and we will continue to ensure that the privacy of Canadians is always protected.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What the Prime Minister fails to understand is that these are not arguments put forward by the Conservative Party. These are the concerns of Canadians who don't want their financial information raided by this government. Now, here's what the BC Freedom of Information and Privacy Association had to say. Quote, "It is untenable to give absolute trust and authority to a government agency in today's technological landscape." We're not talking about a census, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about the government getting line-by-line financial data. Does the Prime Minister believe that that's okay?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, then allow me to speak directly to Canadians to reassure them that we are protecting the privacy of their data. We are working with the Privacy Commissioner, whose job it is to ensure that the privacy of Canadians is always protected. We understand the need for reliable data, unlike the members opposite, but we also always put at the forefront the protection of Canadians' privacy. That's why this data that Statistics Canada collects is anonymized, is subject to stringent controls, and indeed, this is the pilot project they are working on now that hasn't even rolled out yet, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, what they put at the forefront is money intended to settle lawsuits because of data breaches.
Exactly.
Now, when it comes to the carbon tax, there are reports that this government intends to charge HST and GST on top of the carbon tax. Can the Prime Minister confirm today, yes or no, will HST and GST be applied to the carbon tax?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we've seen over the past weeks is the Conservatives continue to try and find new angles to muddy the waters on a basic fact. We are choosing to put a price on pollution because we think there's too much pollution, and by putting a price on it, there will be less of it. That is our plan, Mr. Speaker, and we're happy to defend our plan. What's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is the Conservatives refuse to put forward their plan, or they simply have no intention of putting forward a plan to fight climate change, and what Canadians want to know is where is their plan?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, only a Liberal would believe that a simple yes or no question could be muddying the waters. The HST and GST will either be collected on the carbon tax or it won't. The Prime Minister can tell Canadians right now if he will be applying HST and GST on his carbon tax, yes or no.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been laying out the details of our approach on pricing pollution now, not just for the past few weeks that we've been announced the details of it, but over the past...
Order. I'm having trouble hearing the answer. It's important to hear the answer because if members want me to look for things that are unparliamentary or out of order, I have to be able to hear, of course. And, of course, most members in all parties are able to sit through question period and hear things they don't like without interrupting. So I'd ask the rest to join that majority. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's very simple. Climate change represents perhaps the greatest global threat we are facing as a species. We have a plan to address the impacts of climate change, both by growing our economy, by protecting our families, and by protecting the environment. The Conservatives have no plan, and will try all sorts of different ways to distract from the fact they have no plan. We will fight climate change.
Honourable.
Once they've heard what I said a moment ago, I remind them not to interrupt. The standing order is prohibited.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques.
I do remember a Conservative government that for 5 years was unable to give a yes or a no answer. This Liberal government, though, is disappointing one community after another, and this time it's veterans. This government has let a total of $1,037 million that was promised to the pension programs of our veterans simply lapse. Yesterday, this House unanimously approved a motion from my esteemed colleague from Courtney Alberni to reallocate the entirety of the funds to veterans programs, but Liberals are refusing to do just that. Is the Prime Minister ready to implement the motion of the NDP and finally spend the entirety of the budget promised to our veterans?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government is and continues to be committed to supporting and honouring Canada's veterans and their families. Unlike the previous government, we ensure that the necessary funding is made available to veterans when and where they need it. And that is why we were happy to support the NDP's motion yesterday. What the Conservatives did in office was cut services for veterans, including service offices, to create a fake balanced budget for the re-election. In 3 years, we have increased financial supports by over $10 billion, putting more money in veterans' pockets, increasing mental health supports, and are delivering on the promises we made to veterans and their families.
The Honourable Member for Musqueam-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
See them backed by actions.
Hear, hear.
Aujourd'hui, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, today more than 400 prominent people have co-signed the Quebec Pact for Ecological Transition. Civil society is committed to serious action to fight climate change. An emergency debate was recently held in this House following the report by the IPCC. Despite that, the Liberal government continues to think that words are worth more than action. Does the Prime Minister plan to listen to this appeal from Quebecers, and will he finally put in place concrete policies to fight climate change? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The second, but I can't let that lie, Mr. Speaker, because we have been taking concrete action on standing up for our veterans. Whether it's $10 billion for veterans programs and services, whether it's raising financial supports for veterans and their caregivers, whether it's investing in a continuum of mental health services or expanding a range of services available to the families of medically released veterans, or reopening the 9 shuttered offices, we have done nothing but act on our veterans. And on the same time, Mr. Speaker, nous agissons de façon...
We are taking action to fight climate change with a plan that puts a price on pollution, that will show leadership across the world on how we can counter climate change while creating good jobs and economic growth.
For Essex.
This Prime Minister doesn't even seem to care about signing away Canadian jobs by signing on to the USMCA. This government has failed to ensure aluminum and steel tariffs were lifted, risking the loss of at least 6,000 jobs of people who are here on Parliament Hill today. Aluminum workers from Kitimat to Saguenay are desperately trying to defend their jobs, families and communities. Why won't this Liberal government listen to workers' call and tell the U.S. administration that they won't ratify the USMCA until Trump drops his illegal tariffs?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the member's first statement in that we know that the USMCA is creating and securing good jobs for Canadians right across this country. But if she doesn't believe me, allow me to read the quote from the NDP member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. To the Canadian negotiators, he said, "I just want to congratulate everybody in this room for the fantastic job that you did." Then he said that the USMCA is the best deal possible to protect workers all around this country. We agree with the member from Rosemont-Petite.
Honorable député, alors.
Order. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Is anyone surprised that Liberals don't want to talk about workers who are losing their jobs? Yeah. Dairy farmers are not happy. Medication prices are going to explode. And steel and aluminum workers can't believe this government signed a deal that continues to put their job at risk. Aluminum workers from Unifor are here today on the Hill asking this Prime Minister not to sign the USMCA until tariffs are off the table. What is the Prime Minister is going to tell those workers right here, right now?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see a situation in which the NDP says one thing in this House, but says another thing behind closed doors.
I can say that the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie said that the USMCA was the best deal possible. He admitted that it would protect workers across the country. We know that we will always protect workers. That's what we told the steel and aluminum workers. It's what we told workers in dairy, and it's what we're telling workers across the country, and that is what we will do, Mr. Speaker.
I'd have to remind the other member for New Westminster, Burnaby, and some others near him not to interrupt when someone else has the floor. I appreciate his agreement to that. Honorable député de Richmond-Athabasca.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, for 2 weeks now, the Prime Minister has been bent on supporting the collection of confidential and personal data of 500,000 Canadians without their consent. The Privacy Commissioner is investigating it so troublesome. A petition has been put in place, and there are now more than 19,000 people who've signed it and who are calling to an end to this procedure. Will the Prime Minister finally listen to Canadians and immediately put an end to this serious intrusion into people's privacy? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we take the protection of Canadians' privacy very seriously, as does Stats Can. In fact, Statistics Canada has contacted the Privacy Commissioner regarding this private project, which has not yet been launched. We will continue to work to ensure that the privacy of Canadians remains a priority for StatsCan and for our government. I must point out that those same arguments about Canadians' privacy that the Conservatives used to eliminate the long-term census, that was a decision that was very disappointing for Canadians. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister repeats the same old song, here's what Canadians really think. Aline, what is the government getting involved in? Don't they understand what confidential and private mean? Marcel, it's sad to see the way we're being led by the Prime Minister's government. Catherine, it's totally unacceptable. I'm opposed to this way of doing things. There are huge risks. It's intrusive. Messages like that are coming in by the hundreds. So I will repeat my question for the Prime Minister for the 12th time. Will he listen to Canadians and put an immediate end to this intrusion? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, allow me to directly reassure Canadians, contrary to what the Conservatives are telling them, to make them afraid. We will always protect the privacy of Canadians. We are working with the Commissioner, the Privacy Commissioner, to ensure that all data is anonymized, that the data is controlled, that there is no risk of the information being shared. Canadians can rest assured that this government will always protect their privacy.
For Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister needs to wake up to understand that Canadians reject the government's support of Stats Canada's harvest of deeply personal financial data without asking permission. Canadians realise that Europeans this year have new privacy laws that prohibit this sort of privacy exposure without the specific consent of clients. Mr. Speaker, why won't the Prime Minister accept that Canadians own all of their personal information, financial or otherwise, that they should decide whether that data is shared or not?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if you remember well, in the years leading up to the 2015 election, we heard Conservatives making these arguments left, right and centre about the need to protect Canadians from the intrusiveness of Statistics Canada. Well, Canadians rejected that approach by the Conservatives, and there were celebrations across the country when the very first thing we did was restore the long-form census at Statistics Canada, so that decisions could be based on evidence and data and not ideology. We will always protect Canadians' privacy and do it.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan's Milkman Nickel.
I really hope the Prime Minister would tell that to the 27 million Canadians whose information was compelled by a credit bureau to Statistics Canada that is contrary to what he said without any of their consent, Mr. Speaker. Now, these Liberals don't seem to understand that the personal information of Canadians does not belong to the government. They believe they have the right to know what everyone is doing with their finances all the time. Now, on this side of the House, we believe that access to that kind of information requires consent. No consent, Mr. Speaker, no data. Why is this Prime Minister still refusing to listen to Canadians who want this program cancelled?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, these are the same arguments they made about Statistics Canada compelling people to fill out the long-form census. Well, in 2015, in that election, Canadians spoke loudly and clearly, rejected the Conservative vision of policies based on ideology rather than on evidence and data. We will not engage in the kind of fear-mongering they are trying to do around Canadians and their data, because we can state unequivocally to Canadians that we continue to protect their data. We continue to understand how important it is to work with the Privacy Commissioner to ensure that happens.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has just clearly said that it's their #1 priority to protect Canadians' data. Perhaps he'd like to explain to us today why Canada Post allowed a breach of 4,500 cannabis purchasers in Ontario, their private data, their credit card numbers. That was just hacked within the government that he says protects Canadians' privacy. Would he like to explain to us exactly how that happened?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like I said, our government takes very seriously the protection of Canadians' information from unauthorized access, use, disclosure, modification, transmittal, or disposal. Security measures are in place and their compliance is ensured through routine inspection of sites and systems where sensitive information and assets are processed or stored. An issue that came up between the Ontario Cannabis Store and Canada Post was flagged, was fixed, and Canadians can be sure that will not happen moving forward.
Allah. Order. The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That pre-written apology that the Prime Minister just gave moments ago will be cold comfort to any Canadian whose private financial data could be hacked in the future. This government cannot protect the privacy data. And when the Prime Minister indicates that it's the long-form census that is the reason why Canadians are in favor, or against rather, the removal of their data from their banks. The reality is there's a big difference. In the long-form census, they voluntarily gave their information. In StatsCan, they're ripping it out of their bank accounts. Prime Minister, will Prime Minister stop this action?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see how short the Conservatives' memories are. The issue they had was that the long-form census was mandatory, Mr. Speaker, not voluntary. That is why they eliminated the long-form census and why we campaigned on a promise to respect Statistics Canada, to ensure that we protected Canadians' privacy every step of the way, but to ensure that data be the foundation for evidence-based policy, that we work in a way that protects Canadians and delivers to them the services they need, as opposed to what the Conservatives wanted to do and eliminate the long-form census and Statistics Canada.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the federal government chose their method of measuring poverty. With that calculation, poverty for seniors on paper moves from 14.2% down to 4.9%. With the cost of medication, housing, and medical supplies, this calculation has not made life 1 cent more affordable for them. The government's poverty reduction plan is a document with no action. Now, thousands of seniors living in poverty may be excluded from the very definition. Why is the government trying to manipulate numbers to hide the actual poverty rate in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, our focus on national poverty reduction strategy is actually about clarifying the data and really being able to go after what is the problem that is facing so many Canadians. Because thanks to investments in programs like the Canada Child Benefit, the National Housing Strategy, Enhanced Seniors Benefits, and the Canada's Workers Benefit, we are on track to lift 650,000 Canadians out of poverty, however you define it, Mr. Speaker. With Canada's first National Poverty Reduction Strategy and our Poverty Reduction Act, we have a plan to ensure every Canadian has a real and fair chance to succeed.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' Poverty Reduction Act would have been the perfect opportunity to implement a universal childcare system, a universal program for prescription drugs and dental care, housing for all. It would have been the perfect opportunity to improve income support programs and to ensure that EI is accessible to all. Unfortunately, this strategy, a person who is poor today, will be even poorer in 2020. So when will the Liberals put these measures in place to actually and really reduce poverty? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are growing the middle class by helping people working hard to join it. With the CCB, for example, the National Housing Strategy, Enhanced Seniors Benefits, and the Canada Workers Benefit, we are in the process of lifting 650,000 people out of poverty. With the first National Poverty Reduction Strategy and our Poverty Reduction Act, we have a plan so that all Canadians have a real and fair chance of succeeding. We have a great deal of work that remains to be done, but we are on the right track, Mr. Speaker.
Carleton.
When the Prime Minister told Canadians that he would take $10 in carbon taxes from them for every $9 in rebates he returned, and make them somehow better off, they were understandably suspicious. Now they're learning that that original $10 in upfront taxes might not include the HST on the tax. That is a tax on the tax. His finance minister refused to confirm whether that was the case. So, yes or no, will the HST apply on the carbon tax?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we see the lengths to which the Conservatives will go to try and distract from the fact that they do not have a plan to fight climate change. On this side of the House, and indeed Canadians across the country, recognize that climate change is the greatest global threat facing us all. We need a concrete plan to act against climate change. We have done exactly that by putting a price on pollution, by moving forward on investments in innovation and the clean economy, while at the same time supporting Canadian families through this transition to a cleaner economy. That's our plan, Mr. Speaker. What's theirs?
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, they don't have an environment plan. They have a plan to raise taxes, Mr. Speaker. They already said they're going to collect more in tax revenue than they're going to give back in rebates. But now we're learning that that upfront tax might actually be taxed again through the HST, a tax on a tax. None of their documents reveal whether, in fact, that is true. None of their ministers have admitted the truth on the question. The Prime Minister can tell us now, will the HST apply on the carbon tax, yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as has been pointed out, we are the first generation to see the solution to this problem of climate change and the last generation to actually be able to act on it. On this side of the House, we have put forward a concrete plan that puts a price on pollution because there's too much pollution, and if you put a price on it, you will reduce the amount of pollution. It is something that Canadians understand at the same time as we will be supporting them to be able to succeed through this transition to a cleaner economy. That is our plan, Mr. Speaker. They have no plan. They will not talk about that.
Well, Member for Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, he is the first person to raise taxes and the last person to tell the truth about it. So let's give him another opportunity to do so. He admits that he's going to collect more in taxes than he gives back in rebates. Now we're hearing that they might actually charge HST on the tax, a tax on the tax. So yes or no, will the HST apply on the carbon tax?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, they are circling around the issue of whether or not there is a crisis that we have to deal with. For 10 years, the Conservative government, of which that member was a key member, refused to actually take any action on fighting climate change. We know that the time to act is now, and that's exactly what we are doing. We are putting a price on pollution while we are helping families through this transition towards a cleaner economy. That's our plan, Mr. Speaker. They have none.
The member for Carleton. Order.
Circling around, well, he's actually circling around the taxpayer. He reaches into one pocket and then he circles around the other side to reach into the other pocket. They're going to raise taxes on gas, groceries, home heating, and other essentials Canadians require to survive. But now we're hearing they might actually charge the HST on the tax itself. Can you imagine that? A tax on the tax. Will he deny that then, if he can't admit, will he deny that he is going to put a tax on his tax?
There we go. Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives would prefer to play rhetorical games to try and distract from the fact that they do not think that climate change is a real crisis to our country or our communities, and this despite the wildfires, the floods, the droughts, the hurricanes in our neighbours to the south. These are challenges that we all know are real, and they are playing rhetorical games to try and distract from the fact that they have no plan to fight climate change.
Order. There's far too much noise. Order. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, speaking about being serious about addressing climate change, the Liberals promised to remove perverse fossil fuel subsidies. They claim their carbon tax will drive the shift to cleaner energy sources and promise to shut down coal power. Yet they propose to subsidize coal by virtually exempting them from the carbon tax. This will delay coal plant retirements, disincent any shift to renewables, even cleaner gas, and allow harmful pollutants impacting health. Why is this government undermining the efforts by provinces like Alberta, who've shown leadership in earlier shutdown of coal power?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our plan to fight climate change includes phasing out coal power plants by 2030. We know that is an essential part of it, and I want to highlight again the fact that we're able to move forward to reach our targets is partially because Alberta has chosen to put an absolute cap on its oil sands emissions. We are moving forward with a comprehensive, responsible plan to fight climate change while we create jobs and grow the economy. But of course, the NDP don't think we're going far enough. The Conservatives can't believe that we're actually doing something because they don't think we should do anything to fight climate change. We are doing the things that Canadians expect, growing the economy, protecting the environment.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Hey, quick question for this pipeline-owning Prime Minister. How's that sale going on the $4.5 billion gem of an oil pipeline that picked up? What? No buyers? Is that why he's rushing the sale to sell off an asset that Canadians spent $500 million in 2018 to build? Well, it's good the government is offering 5% to local First Nations. Two critical questions remain. Given what just happened to Rona workers, will this Prime Minister guarantee that not a single worker will lose their job at Ridley Terminals? And will he also promise that no foreign government will be allowed to buy this strategic asset?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our approach on growing the economy and protecting the environment together is something that Canadians understand right across the country. As we move forward with a concrete plan to fight climate change while making sure that we're investing in the kinds of infrastructures and opportunities to get our resources to new markets other than the United States, we are doing what Canadians expect. We will continue to focus on both growing the economy and protecting Canadians' future generations in our environmental protections, but also with good jobs for the long term.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
You won't be surprised, Mr. Speaker, to know that, like your constituents, Canadians in St. John's East depend on the health and safety of our oceans. Oceans are at the core of who we are as Newfoundlanders. And Canadians across the country are so proud that our government is investing in the health of our oceans with a $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan. Today is a big day, Mr. Speaker. On the 2-year anniversary of the Oceans Protection Plan, can the Prime Minister share some of the accomplishments that have been made possible by this $1.5 billion investment?
Great question. Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member from St. John's East for his hard work to protect coastal communities like his own. Today, we are proud to celebrate the 2-year anniversary of the Oceans Protection Plan, which includes over $138 million for Newfoundland and Labrador. We are establishing 24/7 capacity in the Coast Guard's 3 regional operations centres in Victoria, Montreal and St. John's to ensure that our waterways and Canadians remain safe. We will continue to invest, protect and support Canadians living in coastal communities from coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafieur. Mr. Speaker, the government's going to save a lot of money on the backs of our veterans with their new Veterans Pension Plan. Even if the government says it's going to cost them billions, even if the Liberals say that they're going to increase services, even if they have humiliated Mr. Bourrier, a highly respected veteran, and he was right, veterans will have less money in their pockets. When will the Prime Minister tell them the truth? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the financial well-being of veterans is a priority for us. We are investing $10 billion in new funds for veterans. We will honour our promise to have, so that they can have the option of a for-life pension. We will increase the amount that is not taxable instead of a lump sum payment, and costs will be over a longer period of time. We're investing in order to better support our veterans.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the last time that this Prime Minister spoke directly to a veteran was when he told him they are asking for more than he can give. The Liberals have been claiming that they've been spending more money on veterans, and we know that's not true. In fact, the Prime Minister is cutting $500 million worth of benefits from our veterans. Canadian veterans like Sean Brewery have been calling the Liberal pension scheme a shell game ever since they discovered the details. We're set to shut him up. The Liberals are taking this veteran to court for simply exposing the truth. Why?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons on how we treat our veterans from the Conservative government that nickel and dime them every step of the way while wrapping themselves in the flag and at the same time shutting down the very service centres that served our veterans in their times of need. Since 2016, we have invested $10 billion for veterans programs and services. We've raised financial supports for veterans and caregivers. We've supported a continuum of mental health services. We've expanded the range of services available to the families of medically released veterans. We have increased by $42.8 million the service.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
In 2015, the Prime Minister stood in Belleville with veterans as a backdrop, including some from his own caucus wearing their medals, and said, "We will immediately reinstate lifelong pensions." Veterans understood that to mean the type of pension that existed before the new Veterans Charter. We now know that the Prime Minister deceived veterans and their families. The Liberal Pension for Life scheme moves away from the one veteran, one standard model and takes $500 million away from veterans and their families. Mr. Speaker, why did the Prime Minister make a promise he knew he couldn't keep?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we are keeping our promises to veterans, which is something Conservatives never did. Our investments into veterans is $10 billion new dollars, including delivering on our promise for a pension for life option. Now, because veterans are expected to take the $1,150 monthly tax-free payment for the rest of their lives rather than taking a lump sum up front, of course the budgetary costs are spread out over a longer time. We immediately increased financial support for veterans, increased mental health support, and are delivering on our promise to veterans.
The member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as he stood in Belleville with his hand over his heart, the Prime Minister clearly had his other hand behind his back with his fingers crossed. Veterans and their families don't like being lied to or deceived. Will the Prime Minister admit that the Liberal Pension for Life scheme means no new money and in fact means less money for veterans and their families? And while he's at it, why doesn't he apologize to veterans for lying? Here, here, here.
I encourage members to be careful and judicious in the choice of their words. Clearly, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when the Conservatives were in government, they tried to balance their budgets on the backs of veterans by cutting their services, by nickel and diming and disrespecting them every step of the way. I will take no lessons on how to treat our veterans with respect from those guys.
Order. The honourable member.
Come to order. 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 Honourable Deputy de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, our employment insurance system is unjust towards the sick. In my riding, Cynthia Lafontaine, a young mother, was diagnosed with spinal cord cancer. After 15 weeks, she was penniless. Because of this government's inaction, Cynthia and many others are in a horrible situation. People don't recover from cancer in 15 weeks. Will the Prime Minister show some empathy and improve the EI system for the sick?
Please.
The Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, we have acted to improve the EI system so that it can respond to the needs of Canadian families. We brought in new measures for caregivers. We have simplified the claims process so that Canadians can get their benefits easily. Although the Conservatives don't seem to recognize the grave consequences of certain illnesses on Canadian families, we are improving the EI system.
Minister of Public Services keeps saying fixing the Phoenix fiasco is her #1 priority. My constituent went on mat leave, and thanks to Phoenix, her T4 slip says she is paid 4 times more than what she actually received. Canada Revenue Agency won't put a hold on her file, and as a result, she got a $14,000 tax bill and was forced to pay taxes on income that she never earned. She filed a complaint more than 7 months ago and was told no action has been taken. How can the Prime Minister think that this is acceptable?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we don't think this is acceptable. Canada's public servants deserve to be paid accurately and on time for their important work. Our government remains focused on stabilizing the Phoenix pay system and resolving these unacceptable issues, which continues to be our #1 priority. We have increased the capacity by 1,500 people at the pay centre. The backlog is down 100,000 cases since January 2015. Mr. Speaker, we didn't create this Phoenix problem, but we are going to fix it.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis-Lévis, order please. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister keeps talking about how he's helping veterans, but if you are a French-speaking veteran, good luck, because the Ombudsman for Veterans Affairs have to wait far longer. Even women have to wait an eternity. When will the Prime Minister stop treating Francophone veterans like second-class citizens? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will always defend access to services in both official languages, and it is unacceptable that Francophones do not get appropriate services when they need it. We will look into any problems there, and we will deal with it. We have invested $10 billion for veteran services. We have increased financial support for veterans and for their caregivers. We have established a continuum of services. We have opened offices for veterans that he and his government closed.
West.
Mr. Speaker, after meeting with over 150 businesses throughout Canada, the negative effect of the imposed steel and aluminum tariffs by the U.S. has become very evident. Companies are downsizing, some are closing, employees are being laid off and losing their jobs, thanks to the Liberals signing a bad deal. It is unfathomable that the Liberals would sign a deal with the U.S. without having these tariffs removed. Why would the Prime Minister sign a deal with the United States with steel and aluminum tariffs still in place?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I just want to begin by thanking all Canadians of different parties for working together so diligently to demonstrate a united front as we negotiated the new NAFTA. This was something that, across the partisan divide, was so important that we did together, and we can all take credit for the security that we have in continued access to the U.S. market. But as I told the steel and aluminum workers on the floor of their plants, this government has their back. We always will.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, when we were negotiating directly with the Americans, the tariffs went up on steel and aluminum, and Quebec has been really affected by this. Could the Prime Minister have not dealt with this? It's 5 months that the tariffs are there. The agreement is signed and the tariffs are still there. Why will the Prime Minister not deal with the Americans? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said to workers in aluminum and steel, their government will protect them. Canadian countermeasures will remain in place until unjust customs rules are removed during negotiations. We have always tried to create conditions that will help grow the middle class and offer more opportunities for Canadians. We will continue to work until these tariffs are removed, these customs problems are removed. That's what we told Canadians. That is what we will do.
Mr. Speaker, just last month, my colleague's private member's bill C-326, which focuses on drinking water guidelines in Canada, moved to the Senate for first reading. As members will know, decades of neglect have left drinking water systems on First Nation reserves in Canada in an unacceptable state. This is why our government is committed to ending long-term drinking water advisories on all public systems on reserve by March 2021. Can the Prime Minister please update this House as to the actions being taken to ensure reliable access to clean drinking water on reserves?
Prime Minister.
We'd like to thank the member from Thunder Bay Rainy River for his hard work and for his advocacy on this important issue. I'm pleased to share that as of today, 74 long-term drinking water advisories have been lifted, some of which have been in place for over a decade. We're making significant investments in improving water systems for water operator training and to ensure at-risk systems don't become long-term issues. We remain firmly on track to our commitment to lifting all long-term drinking water advisories on public systems on reserve by March 2021.
The honourable member.
The Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Privy Council revealed that 73 people were aware of Liberal Cabinet secrets related to the delay of the Davie shipbuilding contract. We know that several Liberal ministers and several Liberal MPs have real or perceived conflicts in that shipbuilding deal. This is in a government that has already seen several ministers and the Prime Minister found in ethical breaches. So, through you, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister be completely transparent, release the names of the 73 people who knew, or at least the names of the Liberal MPs on that list of 73?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the member well knows, it is improper to comment on this issue under the sub judice rule as the matter is before the court. This rule is a part of the law relating to contempt of court and also a convention recognized by this House. Members of Parliament are expected to refrain from discussing ongoing legal proceedings before the court. We respect this rule, as well as the law and rules that govern legal proceedings, including the handling of evidence, which will be dealt with before the court in due course on this case.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, when Rogers Communication decided to build a telecom tower on Notre-Dame West Street, opposition was immediate, and yet the company is going forward despite complaints by citizens and the refusal of the municipality. Although a range of solutions was proposed, consultations provided for in the legislation were only a farce. How is it that in 2018, the minister in charge can allow a telecommunication business, to impose its will despite the will of its citizens? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that people want high-speed internet throughout the country for economic growth, for the ability of our citizens to participate in job creation and in the future. There are small businesses that are doing and acting this way in a way that is fair to citizens. The honourable member for Laval-Lézine. Mr. Speaker, we know that small business contributes to our economy, especially by exporting products. Before NAFTA negotiations, we listened to and consulted with small business. One of the main asks of small business was reducing red tape at the border. Can the Prime Minister inform the House of new measures in the new agreement that will benefit businesses directly with respect to this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I thank the honourable member for Laval-Lézine for his concern with small businesses in his riding. In our new agreement, there is a chapter on customs, on facilitating trade. New rules will reduce red tape at the border and will increase trade. This agreement will be beneficial for business and workers in Canada, including those in Laval-Lézine.
Mr. Speaker, for weeks, the Prime Minister claimed that there was absolutely nothing he could do about Tory Stafford's killer being placed in a healing lodge. He actually instructed his entire caucus to vote against a Conservative motion that spelled out the exact steps that he could take. Now that he has finally acted on this, will he do the right thing and apologize to the Stafford family for politicizing this issue? And will he apologize? Will he apologize?
Order. Order. Alors, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has a few more seconds.
The Prime Minister actually went to great length to demonize anyone who had a problem with this, resorting to nasty name-calling and divisive language. Will he do the right thing and apologize?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our hearts go out to the family of Tory Stafford for the loss they endured. The Minister of Public Safety asked the Commissioner of the Correctional Service to review the transfer decision in question and their policies on offender transfers. Following that review, he has provided direction to improve transfer policies on medium security women offenders to facilities without a directly controlled perimeter. These changes will help ensure guilty parties are held accountable while fostering rehabilitation so we can have fewer repeat offenders, fewer victims, and ultimately safer communities.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apropos of that last exchange, it's a shame Maclean's magazine didn't have a Hypocrite of the Year award for parliamentarians.
Reasons, of course. Order. Order. There are reasons why we have rules about on parliamentary language, because it leads to disorder of that sort. And so I would ask the member for Saanich Gulf Islands to withdraw the offending word. To be able to hear the member. Order. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize unreservedly, and to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition as well. And I'd like to proceed to my question, if that's allowed, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Prime Minister is this. When the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report came out, it said that we had nothing that would block us from protecting life on Earth by achieving 1.5 degrees Celsius. The only missing ingredient is political will. So my question to the Prime Minister is, can Canada show that political will, go to COP24, committing that Canada will follow the pathway set out by the IPCC?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her long-time advocacy towards environmental causes in Canada. We are the first generation to feel the impacts of climate change and the last generation to be able to stop it. We are working hard to meet our 2030 targets, and we know there will be more work to do after that. We are leading the Powering Past Coal Alliance with the United Kingdom. We have been a leader at COP since 2015 and will continue to play a leadership role in tackling climate change internationally.
Il y a eu des discussions entre les représentants de tous les partis.
There have been discussions among representatives of all parties of the House, and I understand that there is an agreement that we will now rise and observe a moment of silence in honor of Bernard Landry, the 28th Premier of the province of Quebec.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Section 32(2) of the Standing Orders, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 2018 report of the Veterans Ombudsman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 16 petitions today.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on May 15th, 1939, more than 900 German Jews boarded an ocean liner called the St. Louis. The passengers had been stripped of their possessions, chased out of their homes, forced out of their schools, and banned from their professions by their own government. Their synagogues had been burnt, their stores raided. Their clothing scarred with yellow stars. They had been forced to add Israel or Sarah to the names they had known their whole lives. Women and men who had once contributed so much to their country had been labeled aliens, traitors, and enemies, and treated as such. Persecuted, robbed, jailed, and killed because of who they were. Nazi Germany had denied them their citizenship and their fundamental rights. And yet, when the St. Louis set sail from Hamburg that fateful Monday, the more than 900 stateless passengers on board considered themselves lucky. Lucky because they each carried on board an entrance visa to Cuba, a rare chance to escape the tyranny of the Nazi regime under Adolf Hitler. But by the time the ship docked in Havana Harbor, things would take a turn for the worse. The Cuban government refused to recognize their entrance visas, and only a few passengers were allowed to disembark. Even after men, women, and children threatened mass suicide, entry was denied. And so continued their long and tragic quest for safety. They would request asylum from Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Panama. Each said no. On June 2nd, the MS St. Louis was forced to leave Havana with no guarantee that they would be welcome elsewhere. And after the Americans had denied their appeals, they sought refuge in Canada. But the Liberal government of Mackenzie King was unmoved by the plight of these refugees. Despite the desperate plea of the Canadian Jewish community, despite the repeated calls by the government's 2 Jewish caucus members, despite the many letters from concerned Canadians of different faiths, the government chose to turn its back on these innocent victims of Hitler's regime. At the time, Canada was home to just 11 million people, of whom only 160,000 were Jews. Pourtant,
yet, it was still too much for many Canadians, including Frederick Charles Blair, who was responsible for immigration in the government at the time. In a letter dated September 1938, the minister wrote, "Pressure by Jewish people to get into Canada has never been greater than it is now. And I'm glad to be able to add that after 35 years of experience here, that it has never been so carefully controlled."
not a single Jewish refugee was to set foot, let alone settle, on Canadian soil. The MS St. Louis and its passengers had no choice but to return to Europe, where the United Kingdom, Belgium, France, and Holland agreed to take in the refugees. And then, when the Nazis conquered Belgium, France, and Holland, many of them would be murdered in the gruesome camps and gas chambers of the Third Reich. Mr. Speaker, the story of the St. Louis and its passengers is no isolated incident. The Government of Canada was indifferent to the suffering of Jews long before the St. Louis ever set sail for Halifax, and sadly, long after it had returned to Europe. Dans la foulée de la Grande Dépression,
after the Great Depression, Canadian lawmakers had tightened up restrictions surrounding immigration by adopting selective economic and ethnic policies. For the government of the day, Jews were among the least desirable immigrants. Their presence on our territory, therefore, had to be limited. The government decided to impose strict quotas and to put together an ever-increasingly long list of requirements to act as a deterrent to Jewish immigration. As the Nazis intensified their attacks on the Jews in Europe, the number of visa applications rose quickly. Relatives living in Canada, embassy staff, immigration officers, political leaders were all inundated with calls for assistance. Rich businessmen who promised to create jobs, aging parents who swore they would become farmers, pregnant women seeking mercy, doctors, lawyers, academics, engineers, scientists who implored officials and the government to put their talents to the service of our country. They offered all they had and promised to comply with each of our demands.
these refugees would have made this country stronger and its people proud. But the government went to great lengths to ensure that their appeals went nowhere, that their cries for help were left unanswered, for Canada deemed them unworthy of a home and undeserving of our help. By 1938, the world was wrestling with the growing refugee crisis. When leaders of all nations convened in Evian to discuss the future of Jews in Europe, no country stepped forward to drastically increase its quotas. Jews were viewed as a threat to be avoided rather than the victims of a humanitarian crisis. When Canadian lawmakers returned from Evian, they used their power to further tighten the rules around Jewish immigration, legitimizing the anti-Semitic sentiment taking hold at home and abroad. Bitter resentment towards Jews was enshrined in our policies, the same policies immigration officials would later use to justify their callous response to the St. Louis and its passengers. Of all the Allied countries, Mr. Speaker, Canada would admit the fewest Jews between 1933 and 1945, far fewer than the United Kingdom and significantly less per capita than the United States. And of those it let in, as many as 7,000 of them were labeled as prisoners of war and unjustly imprisoned alongside Nazis. As far as Jews were concerned, None. It was too many. Mr. Speaker, in the years leading up to the war, Hitler tested the world's resolve. He noted carefully, as country after country proved itself indifferent to the plight of Jewish refugees. He watched on as we refused their visas, ignored their letters, and denied them entry. With every decree, he challenged the political courage of our leaders and the empathy of those who elected them. With every pogrom, he tested the bounds of our humanity and the limits of our solidarity. Mr. Speaker, Adolf Hitler's test was one the Canadian government failed miserably. This week marks the 80th anniversary of Kristallnacht, a somber turning point in Hitler's racial policy and the beginning of the Holocaust. Kristallnacht happened on the heels of that Evian conference, where the world cemented its indifference and antipathy towards Jews. There is little doubt that our silence permitted the Nazis to come up with their own final solution to the so-called Jewish problem. Alors le Canada entrait en guerre.
As Canada entered into war against Germany, as we were fighting to save democracy abroad, we were abandoning Hitler's victims here at home. What we were prepared to do there, we weren't prepared to do here at home. Neither the tragic situation of the St. Louis nor the alarming reports coming from throughout Europe, nor the horrific details of a coordinated effort to destroy all Jews brought about a major change in policy. When the Allies learned of the existence of the concentration camps, they neither bombarded the rail lines leading to Auschwitz, nor did they act to save what was left of Europe's Jewish community. At war's end, Canada and the Allied powers came to realize the extent of the horrors of the Holocaust. We joined the rest of the world to strongly condemn Hitler's death camps and the abominable cruelty of his action. And yet, even the systemic and collective murder of 6 million Jews did not lead to a major change in our immigration policy.
3 years for Canada to open its doors. 3 years before we would take in Jewish refugees at the same rate we did non-Jewish German nationals at the end of the war. It would take new leadership, a new world order, and the creation of the State of Israel, a homeland for the Jewish people, for Canada to amend its laws and begin to dismantle the policies that had legitimized and propagated anti-Semitism. Mr. Speaker, Adolf Hitler alone did not seal the fate of the St. Louis passengers or the Jews of Europe. To harbor such hatred and indifference towards the refugees was to share in the moral responsibility in their deaths. And while decades have passed since we turned our backs on Jewish refugees, time has by no means absolved Canada of its guilt or lessened the weight of our shame. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in this House of Commons to issue a long overdue apology to the Jewish refugees
Canada turned away. We apologize to the 907 German Jews aboard the MS St. Louis, as well as their families. We also apologize to others who paid the price of our inaction, whom we doomed to the ultimate horror of the death camps. We used our laws to mask our anti-Semitism, our antipathy, our resentment. We are sorry for the callousness of Canada's response, and we are sorry for not apologizing sooner. We apologize to the mothers and fathers whose children we did not save, to the daughters and sons whose parents we did not help. We apologize to the imprisoned Jewish refugees who were forced to relive their trauma next to their tormentors. To the scientists, artists, engineers, lawyers, businessmen, nurses, doctors, mathematicians, pharmacists, poets, and students, to every Jew who sought safe haven in Canada, who stood in line for hours and wrote countless letters. We refused to help them when we could have. We contributed to sealing the cruel fates of far too many at places like Auschwitz, Treblinka, and Belzec. We failed them, and for that, we are sorry. And finally, we apologize to the members of Canada's Jewish community whose voices were ignored, whose calls went unanswered. We were quick to forget the ways in which they had helped build this country since its inception. Quick to forget that they were our friends and neighbors, that they had educated our youth, cared for our sick, and clothed our poor. Instead, we let anti-Semitism take hold in our communities and become our official policy. We did not hesitate to circumvent their participation, limit their opportunities, and discredit their talent. They were meant to feel like strangers in their own homes, aliens in their own land. We denied them the respect every Canadian, every human being, regardless of origin, regardless of faith, is owed by their government and by their fellow citizens. When Canada turned its back on the Jews of Europe, we turned our back on Jewish Canadians as well. It was unacceptable then, and it is unacceptable now. Your country failed you, and for that, we are sorry. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we should be ashamed of the history of the MS St. Louis and of the horrific way Jews were treated before, during, and after World War II. Ashamed because those actions betrayed the promise of our country. That is not the Canada we know today, which is much more generous, welcoming, and compassionate than in the past. A place where citizenship is first and foremost defined by principles and ideals, not by race or faith. But this change in attitude, this transformation of our policies, did not happen by chance. It happened because Canadian men and women dedicated their lives to making this country more fair and more equal. It's thanks to these men and women, whose numbers included children of the Holocaust, Jewish refugees, and descendants of oppressed people.
Women and men took part in social struggles for fairness, justice, and human rights. At home, they furthered the great Canadian causes that shaped this country, causes that benefited all Canadians.
Abroad, they fought for democracy and the rule of law, for equality and liberty. The scope of their impact should not only be recognized, but celebrated. They were scientists and activists, ministers and singers, physicists and philanthropists. They were and continue to be proudly Jewish and proudly Canadian. They helped open up Canada's eyes and ears to the plight of the most vulnerable. They taught us tikkun olam, our responsibility to heal the world. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, when Canada chose to turn its back on these refugees more than 70 years ago, the government not only failed to help the most vulnerable, it harmed us all. Canadians of Jewish faith have contributed enormously to our country, as have all immigrants who have chosen and continue to choose Canada.
As we stand here today, we are reminded of not only how far we've come, but of how far we still have to go. During this Holocaust Education Week, it is all the more impossible to ignore the challenges and injustices still facing Jews in this country. According to the most recent figures, 17% of all hate crimes in Canada target Jewish people, far higher per capita than for any other group. Holocaust deniers still exist. Anti-Semitism is still far too present. Jewish institutions and neighborhoods are still being vandalized with swastikas. Jewish students still feel unwelcomed and uncomfortable on some of our college and university campuses because of BDS-related intimidation. And out of our entire community of nations, it is Israel whose right to exist is most widely and wrongly questioned. Discrimination and violence against Jewish people in Canada and around the world continues at an alarming rate. Less than 2 weeks ago, not too far from here, a gunman opened fire on worshippers at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, killing 11 people and wounding 6 others. Among those wounded were 4 police officers who had arrived at the scene to defend the congregants. These worshippers were gathered in peace to practice their faith. They were murdered in their sanctuary on Shabbat because they were Jews. This was a heinous anti-Semitic act of violence, motivated by hate, designed to inflict pain and stoke fear in the Jewish community. Canadians were horrified by this vicious attack on the Jewish community and its values. And across Canada, people organized vigils in honor of the victims. They stood in solidarity with their Jewish brothers and sisters and echoed a sentiment shared from coast to coast to coast that anti-Semitism and all forms of xenophobia have no place in this country or anywhere in this world. Canada and Canadians will continue to stand with the Jewish community and call out the hatred that incited such despicable acts. These tragic events ultimately attest to the work we still have to do together. Work that begins with education, which is our most powerful tool, against the ignorance and cruelty that fueled the Holocaust. Because, sadly, these evils did not end with the Second World War. Canada and all Canadians must stand up against xenophobic and anti-Semitic attitudes that still exist in our communities, in our schools, and in our places of work. We must guard our communities and institutions against the kinds of evils that took hold in the hearts of so many more than 70 years ago, for they did not end with the war. Following the recent horrific attack in Pittsburgh, Jewish Canadians are understandably feeling vulnerable. We know that here in Canada we are not immune to hate crimes grounded in anti-Semitism. Our government and members of Parliament is working with the Jewish community to better protect their communities against the threat of anti-Semitism. Places of worship are sacred, and they should be sanctuaries for all faith communities. There have been clear calls to do more through the Security Infrastructure Program to protect synagogues and other places that are at risk of hate-motivated crimes, and I pledge to you all now, we will do more. As we stand here today, we must commit ourselves not just to remember, but to act on this tragic history, so that our children and grandchildren flourish in a world in which they are never questioned or attacked because of their identity. Sadly, this is not yet that world. Too many people of all faiths, from all countries, face persecution. Their lives are threatened simply because of how they pray, what they wear, or what last name they bear. They are forced to flee their homes and embark upon perilous journeys in search of safety and a future. This is the world we all live in, and this is therefore our collective responsibility. Mr. Speaker, it is my sincere hope that by issuing this long overdue apology, we can shine a light on this painful chapter of our history and ensure that its lessons are never forgotten. What we can hardly imagine, the passengers of the MS St. Louis, the victims of the Holocaust, and their descendants will never forget. And while no words will ever erase their pain, it is our sincere hope that this apology will help them heal, that it will bring them some peace, that it will cement Canada's unwavering commitment to stand with the Jewish community here and around the world in the fight against anti-Semitism, as the Jewish community here in Canada and around the world is always among the first to stand against intolerism and hate in any form. More than 70 years ago, Canada turned its back on you. But today, Canadians pledge, now and forever, never again.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr.
Speaker, I rise to join my fellow members for today's solemn proceedings, humbled and honored by the presence of some of those who were wronged by the terrible and fateful decision of the Canadian government almost 80 years ago to turn away the passengers of the MS St. Louis when they sought a safe harbor from Hitler's Germany. It is a sign of a healthy society to be able to look at history clearly and see both the light and the dark, to celebrate our achievements, but to also mourn our failings. There is no shame as a country in acknowledging shameful acts in our past. The real shame would be in forgetting them and not learning from them.
And while it is true that an apology cannot change the past, occasions such as this, marked by remembrance, reflection, and regret, can help guide our future.
The Holocaust, in which more than a quarter of the MS St. Louis's passengers perished, produced the rallying cry, "Never again." That is not a passive hope. It is a call to action. It commands us to remember how, within the lifetime of some in this room, a civilized modern society succumbed to a primitive fear and turned its vaunted industrial prowess against its Jewish citizens and its neighbors. Never again requires us to measure our actions today, not against the worst atrocities of that time, but against the gradual process of dehumanization that preceded it and made the Holocaust possible. That insidious process of dehumanization was not confined to Germany or even to Europe. It was the same process that motivated Canadians, right up to the highest levels of government, to deny the MS St. Louis a safe harbor and to drive its desperate passengers back across the Atlantic into the gathering storm of war. Probablement les hommes qui ont
The men who turned away the MS St. Louis may not have foreseen the full scale of the genocide that was about to unfold in Europe.
Laws, increasing acts of terror against Jewish citizens, and the relentless and obsessive anti-Semitism of the Nazi government, which forced the passengers of the MS St. Louis to seek shelter across the Atlantic, leaves Canada with no excuses, not just in hindsight, but at the time, for ignoring the dire threat they faced. Historian Irving Abella has noted the bitter irony that, quote, to the condemned Jews of Auschwitz, Canada had a unique meaning. It was the name given to the camp barracks where the gold, jewelry, and clothing taken from prisoners were stored. It represented life, luxury, and salvation. It was also isolated and unreachable, as was Canada in the 1930s and 40s. To the passengers of the MS St. Louis, however, Canada was not geographically isolated or unreachable. They were there, just off the coast of Nova Scotia, searching for safety. It was not our lands, but it was the minds at the time that were isolated. It was hearts that were unreachable. Nous nous excusons pour avoir fermé nos cœurs.
We apologize for closing our hearts, our minds, and our shores to the more than 900 Jewish passengers on the MS St. Louis.
Voyage of the damned. And Canada was responsible for turning them away. Canada was not alone in doing so. Cuba and the United States also turned the St. Louis away before it approached Canada. But their callousness in no way excuses our own. There is no diminishment of individual guilt in such a shared failure. The Canadian government was responsible to the full extent of its own cold, deliberate, and official inhumanity. It is comforting to think that today we have learned the lesson of the MS St. Louis. But this apology should not make us comfortable. On the contrary, it should grab us and shake us. It should be an alarm that jolts us out of our daily routines and demands that we look at our world today through the lens of that experience. True, Canada is not the same country that it was in 1939. We have welcomed more people from more parts of the world than the government of that day could have possibly imagined, including 40,000 European Jews in the years immediately after World War II. Our peaceful pluralism today leaves no room for discrimination, and both the overt and subtle anti-Semitism that prevailed in that era no longer have a place in our laws and customs. But that does not mean that anti-Semitism and other virulent forms of intolerance no longer exist here. Anti-Semitism is not a relic of the 1930s. It was not eradicated with the defeat of the Nazis. It is unfortunately and sadly very much alive today. Au Canada, les crimes
In Canada, anti-Jewish crimes account for, by far, the largest share of religiously motivated hate crimes, and the overall number has increased in recent years.
In parades and public demonstrations, even on our own university campuses, we have seen a disturbing resurgence and even normalization of anti-Semitic rhetoric. And we know from painful experience that where anti-Semitism is tolerated, anti-Jewish violence follows. This was brought home again achingly in the murderous attack at Pittsburgh's Tree of Life Synagogue only days ago. We see it also overseas where anti-Semitic rhetoric, blood libels, conspiracies are still used by repressive regimes to distract from their own failures and to direct the frustrations of their people outward against the Jewish people and the Jewish state of Israel, whose citizens, as a result, live under constant threat. En 2011, sous notre gouvernement.
In 2011, under our previous Conservative government, these events were commemorated by the unveiling of a memorial at the Canadian Museum of Immigration at Pier 21 in Halifax.
Incorporating 4 connecting, moving gears labeled anti-Semitism, xenophobia, racism, and hatred. As one gear turns, it drives the others, showing their inextricable relationship. Anti-Semitism has always been the first recourse of demagogues and the favorite fuel of tyrants. It takes many forms, from crude caricatures reminiscent of Nazi propaganda to the more sophisticated new anti-Semitism that singles out Israel among all the countries in the Middle East for disproportionate condemnation. It is why synagogues, Jewish schools, and Jewish community centers in Europe and indeed around the world are once again forced to employ armed guards and to discourage their members from wearing identifying clothing or symbols. As we witness this rise of anti-Semitism and other forms of intolerance and discrimination, we cannot again stand by impassively. We cannot again watch and fail to act as ancient prejudice mutates into new violence. Barely 4 months before Mr. King's government decided not to offer the MS St. Louis refuge, a member of this House tabled a petition bearing more than 127,000 signatures protesting against Jewish immigration to Canada. Even in 1939, many Canadians knew that these seemingly rational arguments masked an irrational fear. They knew the right answer to the moral question posed by the plight of the MS St. Louis. Some, like historian George Wrong, spoke out bravely, petitioning the government on behalf of the passengers, but many more lacked the courage to give voice to their consciences.
We are here today because in that crucial moment, when Canada was weighed in the balance, we were found wanting. But every generation faces its own task. Every generation must confront for itself the temptation of intolerance.
Respond when we face that test. What will we do to protect those fleeing genuine threats of violent persecution today? How far will we go to defend the religious freedom of our fellow citizens here at home? This past Saturday, Canadians filled synagogues across our country as part of the Show Up for Shabbat campaign. Jewish or not, all were welcomed by a community whose home in Canada predates Confederation by more than a century. It was a heartfelt show of support, demonstrating to our Jewish friends and neighbors that we will stand by them when they feel most vulnerable. It was also a tangible expression of our oft-stated commitment to freedom and the rule of law. But if that commitment is real, if the apology today is not just empty words, we must show the same willingness to stand, not just against violence, but against hatred, intolerance, and all violations of fundamental human rights. With the lesson of history fresh in our minds, we have no excuse for failing to give voice to our convictions and making our conscience and not expediency our compass. Canada should have been guided by that spirit in 1939. Canada should have offered sanctuary to the passengers of the MS St. Louis. For our failure to do so then, we stand with the government today in its apology. Never again must none be too many.
We are with the government today in its apologies. Never again must none be too many. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, on June 7, 1939, Canada said no to Jewish refugees. Today, Canada apologizes and expresses its profound regret. I want to salute all survivors who are here today.
And your presence carries a world of meaning, considering our past actions. Your presence here today is important as Canada apologizes to the Jewish community for saying no to a number of their fellow Jews who were fleeing horrible persecution in Europe to find peace here on the eve of the Second World War. The story of the MS St. Louis is part of a very long series of unfortunate events that shaped anti-Semitism around the world in the 1930s and which still resonates today. What happened to the passengers of the MS St. Louis is a stain on Canadian history.
The MS St. Louis left the port of Hamburg in Germany on May 13, 1939. On board, 937 people, almost all Jews, who wanted to flee violence and anti-Semitism, which was raging in Europe and in Adolf Hitler's Nazi Germany. June 2nd, the ship was forced to leave Havana in Cuba, where only a few passengers had been able to disembark. It sailed along American coasts in the hope of a more favorable response. Despite the appeals of Captain Gustav Schroeder, organizations and American celebrities, President Franklin Roosevelt refused refugees. The ship continued its route towards the north, hoping for a favorable response from Canadian authorities.
On June 2nd, when the ship was only 2 sailing days away from the port of Halifax, 41 influential Toronto citizens demanded that Prime Minister Mackenzie King grant asylum to the refugees. The answer came from the Minister of Justice, Ernest Lapointe, and from Frederick Charles Blair, who was in charge of federal immigration. And Blair argued that the refugees were ineligible under the Canadian immigration laws of the day, anti-Semitic laws he himself had created. Blair stated that no country can open its doors wide enough to take in the hundreds of thousands of Jews seeking to flee Europe. You have to draw the line somewhere, he said, and these words unfortunately still resonate in today's world, Mr. Speaker. Rejected by the Cuban, American, and Canadian authorities, the 907 St. Louis refugees had to turn back, travel the ocean from whence they came, return to a war which was just beginning, their hopes dashed and not in their stomach, hanging on to a suitcase with all of their worldly belongings.
St. Louis were dispersed through Belgium, France, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom. But many of them were caught by the Nazis and sent to die in concentration camps. 254 of them did not survive. 254, all of whom were murdered, along with 6 million of their fellow Jews, victims of the Shoah. 254 people who had boarded the MS St. Louis in the hopes of fleeing death, and whom could have been saved had Canada said yes. Canada abandoned innocent people who then became victims to Hitler and his hate. The passengers of the MS St. Louis were fleeing anti-Semitism, unaware that anti-Semitism had crossed the ocean before them.
Anti-Semitism continues to claim lives today. On October 27th, 11 people were shot and killed by a gunman in the Tree of Life synagogue in Pittsburgh. 11 people died, and 6 people were injured because of their faith. It's the most serious anti-Semitic attack in North American history. Among the victims, a 97-year-old woman who survived the horrors of the Holocaust, taken down by a killer, fired up by the same vile hatred, a man who claimed he wanted to kill all the Jews. Let us salute the incredible sense of duty of the Allegheny General Hospital personnel who treated the killer's injuries. 3 of the doctors and nurses who treated him were themselves Jewish, and through their act showed the depth of the humanist values found in the Jewish community. They have honored the principle, whoever saves the lives, save an entire universe.
Mr. Speaker, 1,409 hate crimes were reported by police in Canada in 2016. That's without counting all of the crimes which go unreported and whose victims suffer in silence. Of these crimes, in 2016, 460 targeted the faith of the victims. Half deliberately targeted the Jewish community, which shows that anti-Semitism is not a thing of the past. In the last year alone, 14 Canadian synagogues were the target of threats calling on the disappearance of the Jewish people. Physical and verbal violence, vandalism, intimidation on the street, and online harassment. This is still the daily reality of our Jewish fellow citizens. We cannot tolerate this.
Louis, to the massacre in Pittsburgh, anti-Semitism continues to show its face. In fact, what we are unfortunately seeing today are past demons feeding into the fear of the other. Extremism is on the rise, and so are homophobia, misogyny, xenophobia, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism. Intolerance has no place here, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Tous les survivants.
All of these survivors who are with us today remind us how important it is for all countries to welcome those who take great risks to seek asylum, who take great risks to live in peace, who take great risks to build a better future for their children. The situation of refugees still today spills a lot of ink and a lot of blood. Each day, thousands of men, women, and children flee violence, war, famine, drought, and climate events in the hope of building a better life elsewhere where it is safe. Whereas the taking in of Syrian refugees, among others, has been a source of tension here and elsewhere, may today's national apology make those think who feed on anti-immigrant hostility.
Officially regrets having refused entry to Jewish refugees on board the MS St. Louis, and during most of the Second World War, we reaffirm today our commitment to denounce anti-immigrant discourse, systemic racism, and hate-based violence against people, regardless of their identity. We need to be focused, in particular, in confronting online hate. As the recent horrifying events in Pittsburgh demonstrate, vicious anti-Semitic rhetoric online can and does lead to shocking acts of violence, including murder. Mr. Speaker, if the doors of Canada were closed to the Jewish refugees on board the MS St. Louis in 1939 and during most of the Second World War, we must commit to never make the same mistake again. These children, women, and men are only asking that we open our doors to them so that they may unpack their suitcases here, so that they can continue their lives here, so that in safety and security they can grow and accomplish their hopes and dreams, all the while contributing to Canadian society. Because of anti-Semitism, we denied asylum to the passengers of the MS St. Louis. On behalf of my party, I wish to add my voice to the official apology made here today. Mr. Speaker, on June 7, 1939, Canada said no to Jewish refugees. Today, Canada is apologizing and expresses its regrets. The future must not follow in the path of past errors. We must all work collectively to fight against anti-Semitism in all its forms, wherever it takes place. The NDP stands shoulder to shoulder with Canada's Jewish community against anti-Semitism here, in Canada, and around the world. No community should face this hatred alone. Together, let's build a better story. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent to respond? The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, it's with humility that I rise today on behalf of the Bloc Québécois to offer Canada's apologies to the passengers of the MS St. Louis. In 1939, just before World War II broke out, when Germany was under the Nazi regime, Canada turned back 907 Jewish refugees who had arrived from Hamburg. 907 people had left their country to flee persecution, which clearly would only get worse. 6 months earlier, they had experienced Kristallnacht, when Adolf Hitler's troops burned down hundreds of synagogues, burned down thousands of Jewish businesses, killed 91 persons, and arrested 30,000 others, and sent them to concentration camps. On board the ship, which should have saved their lives, those 907 people first arrived in Cuba, but Cuba turned them away. The ship then went towards Florida, and the United States rejected them as well. As a last resort, those 907 passengers sailed to Halifax, and Canada turned them back. In fact, Canada did not only say no, asked how many Jewish refugees it would be ready to welcome. The federal government, through the mouth of its immigration minister, said none is too many. Therefore, 907 Jews were sent back to Europe to a certain somber fate. In fact, a few months later, 2/3 of those passengers were living under Nazi occupation. 254 of those people were killed in the death camps. Today, we honor their memory, as well as the memory of all of those passengers. And we recognize the decision of the Canadian government to apologize for the role it played in their lives, in their deaths, and those of their loved ones. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the worst, unimaginable examples of lack of compassion and humanity. This was anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is a big word, but unfortunately it describes best what happened. The value of the lives of hundreds of people was denied exclusively because of their religious faith. Hatred of the other based on religion has not spared Canada. Anti-Semitism, to our great regret, has also not spared Quebec either. In a past Quebec, which was crushed through under the authority of the church, anti-Semitism found fertile ground. It is essential today to recognize that. It is essential for us to remember that we were not always on the right side of history, that we are not immune to leaving the straight path. It is essential to keep alive the memory of those condemned to death through our blindness in 1939. This is the best guarantor that we will remain vigilant in the face of intolerance. In conclusion, I would like to speak directly to our fellow Jewish citizens. Less than 2 weeks after a horrible anti-Semitic crime in Pittsburgh, I would like to assure them that they can count on the support of our political party and on the solidarity of all Quebecers. Here at home, we stand united in the face of demonstration of hate. We stand together. And this is how we will ensure that tragedies like the MS St. Louis will never happen here at home, never again.
Is there unanimous consent, Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, to add her words? Agreed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a great honor for me to speak today and to participate in this very sad and touching debate, and a great thank you to the Prime Minister for his leadership in giving these official apologies. It is the right thing to do. It is late, but not too late. And thank you also to the leader of the official opposition, to the member for Rimouski, Témiscouata, Négette-les-Basques, and also to my colleague for La Pointe de l'Île.
Been canvassed well, eloquently, and movingly by all my colleagues. The reality of these facts have been summed up so well, but I must take a moment to thank the historians who make sure we know of the sins of our past, unbearable and unspeakable cruelty, blindness, callousness. We all wear the stains of this crime. I don't know if we'd know about it without the historians, Irving Abella and his co-author, Harold Troper, and I thank them for writing. None is too many. How hard that work must have been. Mark Twain once said, "History is written with the ink of pure prejudice, but one sits down to expose prejudice. When history is truth-telling, it leaves us knowing as a fact that our country had the worst record of any country that was a refugee-receiving country in that period. It's hard to recognize ourselves as Canada in this story, just as it's hard to recognize ourselves as Canada from ripping Indigenous children from their families and putting them in residential schools, ignoring the plights of people over the generations. So, because so much has been said and so movingly, I just want to focus on one aspect of this tragedy. I mean, it's not a coincidence, I'm sure, that the Government of Canada chose today for this apology, congruent as it is with the 80th anniversary of Kristallnacht. Tonight at Kalahit Beth Israel Synagogue, tomorrow at the Congregation Emmanuel in Victoria, people will gather to commemorate Kristallnacht, the first real manifestation of the evil of Nazi Germany in targeting Jewish synagogues and businesses and homes and smashing the glass everywhere throughout Nazi Germany. It was only 6 months later that those 907 German Jews boarded the St. Louis to get away. 6 months after Kristallnacht is when the St. Louis left port. How were we so blind and insensitive? But we were, and we know that that was only 80 years ago. And we have all said never again. We abhor anti-Semitism, just as we abhor racism in any form. But then we come up against Pittsburgh and the Tree of Life Synagogue. And I think we have come full circle in a pattern of hatred and human intolerance which is not yet eradicated. Because the Tree of Life Synagogue outside Pittsburgh wasn't only targeted by that crazed gunman because he hated Jews, it's because he hated Jews who helped refugees. That synagogue, Tree of Life, had a very active chapter of Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society. They were helping raise money to resettle refugees now in 2018. And that's why that gunman posted notices ahead of time of the Shabbat for refugees held by synagogues like Tree of Life. The Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society has existed for decades. Its current CEO, Mark Hatfield, had this to say, quote, "We assist refugees today not because they are Jewish, but because we are Jewish. The Torah requires us to intervene to stop these things that are being done by our government in our name. So that light that exists in the synagogues where the moral code of the Jewish people says we take on a mitzvah, we take on a good work out of religious duty, and we do that work. That is the light that can guide us. And we must, as politicians, never turn a blind eye to any among us who would seek electoral advantage by opening the door a crack to white supremacists or neo-Nazis or any of those who would raise up again that hatred and fear advances their cause. We in this time see other so-called leaders, as my friend from the NDP said, there is a movement of intolerance on the rise. We see it globally in Brazil. We see it in the United States. We see that some people gave that gunman in Pittsburgh the idea that he had license. So when we say never again, we mean it not about history, we mean it about our present. We stand with the peoples of the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh as we stand with the 907 Jewish German citizens that we turned away to our eternal shame. We wish we could turn back the hands of time and be in Halifax Harbor on a million little boats that said, jump, join us, we love you. And so now we can only stand here and say, we are so very sorry.
I would like to thank the Right Honourable the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, the Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques, the Member for La Pointe de l'Île, and the Member for Saanich Gulf Islands for their eloquent and moving words today with regard to the terrible episode involving the MS St. Louis.
That Canada turned them away. And for me, that they were turned away at the gates of my city of Halifax. And how important it is that we remember. Thank you. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie. Oh, excuse me. Reports. Good. Reports. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 74th report, private members of business. The committee signals to that pursuant to Standing Order 91.12 of the The committee came together to examine the bill at second reading of Senate bills and to recommend that they be examined by the House. Pursuant to Standing Order 91-1-2, the report is deemed adopted.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. Lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt.
First reading Senate public bills.
Motions. The honourable member for Calgary. Ms. Rempel, seconded by Mr. Kent, moves that the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration presented on Thursday, March 29, 2018, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this place, as you have just noted, we've just talked a lot about never again and our duty in terms of never again. The report that I am concurring in today, or am attempting to concur in, should it please the House, has some very concrete recommendations to fulfill the obligation of never again here today. Obviously, as the Leader of the Opposition said, our party, it is very heartening to hear all people in this House support the apology that was just made to the those who were on the ill-fated journey of the MS St. Louis. But a lot of the words that were said in that report, to me, in the speech the Prime Minister made, are directly congruent to the report that I'm attempting to concur in. Because for me, while it is important for us to apologize and to recognize the sins of our past, never again also means ensuring that we are not allowing those sins to reoccur in real time. And when we have incidents of genocide, when we say never again, we have to ensure that those incidents of genocide are stopped. So today, the report that I am speaking to relates to the ongoing Yazidi genocide. The Yazidi people are an ethnic and religious minority in northern Iraq. And in the summer of 2014, ISIS invaded their villages, killed a large majority of their population, their men, and rounded up tens of thousands of their women and forced them into sexual slavery. 2 years later, the United Nations issued a report after their initial review of what was going on in Sinjar and came up with several challenges for the international community to respond to in order to ensure that the genocide is stopped and that justice is brought to people that have experienced genocide. The conversation around what to do with Yazidi genocide survivors has brought a lot of ire and difficult conversations in this House over the last 3 years. It has forced us and challenged us to have a conversation about the adequacy of the UN selection process for internally displaced persons. It has forced us to have a conversation about whether Canada should be relying solely on the United Nations to select refugees when they weren't being referred to Canada for resettlement. They forced difficult conversations in the 2015 election conversation, and they forced difficult conversations today. The report that I have in front of you has some recommendations that I believe, if are adopted in by this or concurred in by this House of Commons, brings our country a lot further to fulfilling its promise of never again. While the Prime Minister was making his speech, I noted a few of his words. He talked about how immigration policy around the time of the Second World War imposed strict quotas on genocide victims or Jewish people, that there was a list of requirements to deter Jewish resettlement, and that the government was inundated with calls for assistance, but that the government failed to act. So I would just like to note that one of the key responsibilities or key recommendations of this report is that Canada does not turn a blind eye to the additional resettlement or the reunification of Yazidi genocide victims with those who have arrived in Canada. The government's response to resettling Yazidi victims required the government to essentially set up a new program, something that hadn't been done before in Canada, where we worked faster than the speed of the United Nations. We looked at internally displaced persons, and now talking to the people who are here in Canada, these survivors, they are recounting their stories to many of us, and they talk about the selection process of being vetted and then having family members who weren't on their list or talking to the selection agents and saying, don't worry, just go to Canada, you can bring your family later. And one of the key recommendations of this report is that the government place a priority of the family reunification of these genocide survivors, because that is a key part of their healing, of the world doing its part to stop this genocide. And this is why I feel this report should be concurred in today. I would note that I would like to read one specific case with regard to the three quotes that I just read from the Prime Minister. So, to date, the government has placed strict quotas on Yazidi genocide survivors. There has been no movement to allow greater numbers through the privately sponsored refugee program, as many in the resettlement and in the communities that are trying to help these survivors have asked for. There is a very strict set of requirements that I believe are deterring people from being able to resettle, in that many of these genocide survivors did not list some family members on their initial application because they thought they were dead, and then found that they were actually alive miraculously later, and now our government is saying, well, too bad they weren't on your list. There's a lot of bureaucracy that's happening here, rather than us asking the question, how can we actually do something right? How can we change? And if the bureaucracy comes back to us and says, well, this is just the way the rules are, maybe we need to change the rules. Yes. And that's why I thought that this report was a good first step in terms of coming up with a multi-partisan consensus on how we can change some of the rules in Canada to prioritize genocide survivors, and certainly in terms of family reunification. I want to read one particular case. I'll read two. One of my constituents, she's a Yazidi refugee currently residing in my riding. She was one of the Yazidi refugees to come to Canada as part of the initiative that began in 2017. She is an ISIS sex slave survivor who was in captivity for 2 years after her town was invaded. In January 2017, she had an interview with the UNHCR. In this interview, she, her sister, her mother, and 4 daughters were all accepted as refugees. She requested to bring her brother as well. She said they advised her brother was in process and would follow her to Canada in 2 months. She states they guaranteed this to her as she did not want to leave her only male relative behind. And this is important, Madam Speaker, because a lot of the male Yazidi community was executed during the first round of genocide, and the male reunification has become increasingly more urgent for those who did survive to the women who are here in Canada today. She arrived in Canada with her female family members in February 2017. In February 2017, she stated that her brother was interviewed by the UNHCR and advised that he does not have a case as he was not taken captive by ISIS. My constituent is confused and concerned about the misinformation provided by the UNHCR, as they seem to have changed their mind about her brother. She has now been in Canada for over a year, and her brother still has not joined her, and it is not clear what recourse she has, since the one-year window of opportunity provision cannot be used for siblings. In Yazidi culture, the role of male support is important. My constituent's husband and other male family members were killed by ISIS. She and her female family members are not alone in Canada. They feel that they require his support, not to mention they are concerned for his well-being as a Yazidi in Iraq. He is currently in a Iraq refugee camp. Now, this is going back to the Prime Minister's words of inundated for calls for assistance and talking about government impediments to this type of migration. On June 18th, 2018, we sent this information, my office, to the Immigration Department. We received a reply on June 21st, 2018 from an Olga Radenchko, Director of Parliamentary Affairs, saying that they would investigate our questions. We provided this information on June 22nd, 2018. We then sent this person a follow-up email on September 18th, 2018, inquiring about the status of the investigation. We have yet to receive a response, and we have not seen any movement on this file. I don't understand if this is what the minister thinks expediting the files of Yazidis for family reunification is, as is outlined in terms of recommendations in this report, but I would not characterize a 5-month delay in a simple response to a member of Parliament's office as something that would be acceptable. These women are struggling to overcome their trauma as well as having moved to a new country. The reason why this study, I initiated this study, Madam Speaker, was to ensure that because this was a new cohort of people that came to Canada without a great degree of diaspora being here, that we were responding to their needs uniquely. And I can't imagine being one of these women who's here and just doesn't know what to do. I mean, these women are struggling to overcome some basic trauma, never mind trying to figure out that they can call a member of Parliament's office to have an inquiry on their case. This should be a lot easier, and that's what this report that went across party lines is recommending. The recommendations that are in this report were supported by the government members of the Immigration Committee. There are other cases that are similar. Sarah is a single mom with 5 kids, 3 of which are permanently disabled because of attacks from ISIS fighters. She and her 5 kids were kidnapped by ISIS, but are able to remain together because they were so young. The kids were given drugs and beaten daily for over a year by terrorists. When they finally managed to escape to a refugee camp, it had little to no medical supplies and anyone that could treat her children. A few months passed, and her brother showed up at the camp with his family. Sarah was so relieved to have someone to rely on. After a month, Canadian officials came to the camp, taking down names of Yazidis who could come to Canada. Sarah was on the list with her kids, but her brother was not. She pleaded with officials, saying, "I can't survive without my brother's help. If he is not with me, I don't want to go." So the Canadian official said, "Your brother will be arriving shortly after you in Canada." This is her testimony. Sarah has been living in Winnipeg for over a year and is still waiting for her brother, who is in a refugee camp that is about to be shut down for lack of funding and supplies. Sarah said, "I would never have come by myself. They said my brother would be following me shortly. I can't survive here by myself. At least back home I had someone to help me." These are the types of stories that if anyone in this place goes and talks to the scant few hundred genocide survivors who have been resettled to Canada, these are the stories you will hear. It's sheer panic and desperation to have the remaining people who survived this genocide. And you have to appreciate, Madam Speaker, that this is a small, insular community whose religious and ethnic traditions are passed down through oral history, that you have to appreciate the panic and the urgency that these people have to try and reunify with their family members. I cannot fathom being a genocide survivor whose home has been destroyed at the hands of ISIS, where there are mass graves it is not safe to go back to, where there has been no movement by the international community to bring justice to the perpetrators of these genocide. I can't imagine being in that headspace and then saying, "I want to go back from Canada because the Canadian government won't move fast enough to reunify my family members." Now, Madam Speaker, this raises an awkward question that many of us don't want to talk about here, but I think that is one that is worthy, and that is that according to the United Nations, there are 65 million people in the world who are on the move right now. The context for migration has greatly changed in the last several years. We are seeing a lot of people moving across borders for various different reasons. And we need to have a conversation in Canada about who we prioritize and under what situations. That's something that is a difficult, uncomfortable conversation, but it is one that is absolutely critical in order for us to have immigration policy that helps the world's most vulnerable. It is very difficult for me to understand why the members of this community are waiting years and years to be reunified with their families who are under severe threat of death when somebody can cross the border at Roxham Road and be in an asylum claim process after already having reached a safe country, as defined by this government. We will disagree on this point, Madam Speaker. There are people in this place that will disagree with me that this isn't an issue. I would say no, we can't turn a blind eye to this, especially going back to the conversation that the Prime Minister just had about Never Again. Canada needs to prioritize victims of the 4 atrocity crimes in its refugee resettlement programs. And if the United Nations can't figure out how to do that, then we need to both force the United Nations to reform and change, but also change our own processes. Because if we cannot reunite these people with their family members, we are doing something wrong. The reason why I support this report is because it calls for these exact changes. It calls for expedited processes to reunite these family members. It calls for a lifting of caps on privately sponsored refugees so that family reunification can happen. There are many things that the government needs to do that I think all members in this place, I hope, would support. That I have been trying to call upon the government for over the last several years. We called on the government to treat the declaration of genocide as an immediate call to action in which a whole-of-government approach is required, humanitarian aid, military intervention, and resettlement. This included acting upon the June 2016 United Nations recommendation to accelerate the asylum claims of Yazidi victims of genocide. We've been calling for a review of the selection process used by the United Nations to identify refugees for the government-sponsored refugee stream and encourage changes if necessary. We have asked for the removal of the mission cap under the privately sponsored refugee program for Iraq in order to fully harness the generosity of Canadian private sponsors. We've called for a review of the processing times in Canada for asylum claims of victims of genocide in both the government-sponsored and privately sponsored refugee streams to make process improvements. We've also called for specific targets for numbers of victims of genocide within our refugee sponsorship programs and put mechanisms in place to measure whether or not we are meeting these targets in order to measure efficacy. We have asked for the government to examine and implement innovative ways to identify victims of genocide, as many of these people can experience difficulties in being identified as part of the UN selection process. We've requested that the government of Iraq and the United Nations, if necessary, monitor and report on the progress, if any, being made regarding the return of ethnic and religious minorities to their places of origin in northern Iraq. We've asked the government to ensure that support is provided for the investigators mandated through the UN Security Council Resolution 2379 to support domestic efforts to hold ISIS accountable for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. We've asked the government to support family reunification for resettled Yazidis in Canada by indefinitely extending the one-year window of opportunity for them to include immediate family members found to be living, define family members in the same way as those claiming asylum through exemptions of the Safe Third Country Agreement, and to expedite the processing of these applications to take no longer than 30 days. We've asked for so many concrete things for the government to do, and I just feel like I know there are good people on the other side of the aisle that want to see this happen. That's why I was heartened to see this report tabled, but we've yet to see the government act on these things. And to me, Madam Speaker, I don't want to have to be standing here, or my successor many years down the road standing here after we've made all of these recommendations to have to apologize to Sarah or to the woman in my riding to say, look, we didn't get it right. We didn't change our processes. We didn't do everything that we could to stop the genocide and to bring things to justice. I understand the need to apologize. I understand that. But there are so many groups around the world that understand that genocide is something that the world should not respond to after it occurs. We have to prevent it. We have to stop it. And Madam Speaker, I just feel very strongly that if the House concurs in this report and agrees with the finding of the Immigration Committee, that it is one more signal to this government that they need to act to ensure that never again actually happens.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that all members, and I truly believe that all members of this House recognize the horrors of ISIS and would love to see it completely disappear off the face of the earth. Some of the victims of ISIS and the social and psychological and physical impacts are so very difficult to really comprehend. And these victims, Madam Speaker, of ISIS, and particularly the Yazidis, these women that were taken as sex slaves and all sorts of unimaginable things that were done. I believe that if you take a look in terms of this specific issue, what we have seen is a caring government here in Canada that has gone above and beyond in terms of just trying to ensure that we get numbers coming into Canada. And it's really somewhat interesting on today's debate that we've had prior, the apology to our Jewish community, that we're having this discussion now. And to let those that are following the debate, the viewers, just to know that the government is working diligently and hard, working with different stakeholders, including provinces, to ensure that we are making the changes that are necessary to alleviate some of the concerns and the pain that no doubt Yazidis are having to go through, in particular the women of the community.
Of Calgary Nose Hill.
That's great for the member to stand here and say those things. It's not enough to say things. We have to follow that with action. I shouldn't have to wait for 5 months as a member of Parliament to figure out where the application for reunification is for a genocide survivor. Can you imagine if she hadn't called me? She would have no hope. That's like, these recommendations were made in this report months ago. Months ago. These people don't have months, and they certainly don't have the capacity, given what they've lived through, to be re-victimized over and over again because this government has failed to act. So I'm going to push back on my colleague. If he truly believes what he said, he will use his government appointment to push for action within his colleagues, within cabinet, to make sure that the recommendations of these report are acted upon and we don't see these types of delay and we see justice for these survivors.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, the word genocide is a very, very powerful word. It is so powerful that we can only use it in very specific circumstances lest we cheapen its value. But when we look at what ISIS tried to do to the Yazidi people, the horrific trauma, the torture, the killing, the mass rapes, it meets the test of genocide. And when something meets the test of genocide, it says to the international community, your obligations become heightened because of it. And I'm very thankful that we're having this discussion on this 79th anniversary of the rejection that Canada rejected the Jewish refugees on the ship that begged for support. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague how she responds to this notion that the government is good, the government cares, the government's trying, therefore the government should be thanked for the inaction that we've seen in terms of the horrific crisis facing the Yazidi community. We need to stand up clearly, we need to move quicker, and we need to use whatever resources are necessary for reunification for a community that has done no wrong and has suffered some of the gravest crimes imaginable. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what she thinks this Parliament needs to do to follow through on that word, genocide, and to prevent it so it will never happen again.
Young Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I would like to thank my colleague for his passion, and I would like to also thank his caucus colleague, the member from Vancouver East, for working on this file with us. I feel like on days where we've had to beat our head on a brick wall to get action on this, it's been really heartening to have support across the aisle or down the aisle if it is, because if there's one thing that we should be getting right in this place is understanding that I don't want to have to apologize again. It is better for us to prevent this, to stop it, to bring these people to justice. The fact that we are standing here on this day and we have yet to figure out how to bring people who have gone and borne arms for a terrorist genocidal death cult is wrong, and we need to fix it. We need to figure out how to reunify these family members and get them back to their home. That is what never again means. It means bringing justice, and it means ensuring that those who would have genocide are brought to justice with the highest possible degree. Parliament needs to understand that, act on it, force the government to act on that. This report is part of that process. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I understand the urgency, and we've seen far too often acts of genocide, whether we've seen it in Rwanda, whether we've seen it in northern Iraq, or even in Burma. And it's unfortunate that countries are acting and states are acting after the fact. It's still unfortunate that this still happens. But I just want to remind the member, she said follow with action. I just want a reminder of her government's actions. The genocide happened in 2014 in the summer. Her government did not take action on it. They brought in a total number of 2 Yazidis. We've brought in a number of 1,200 Yazidis to Canada, to the safe haven of Canada. And also she talked about family reunification. They had a backlog of 167,000 backlog under family reunification, and we've brought down that backlog to 24,000. So I want to remind her of her government's policies.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
In 2014, after the genocide, then Immigration Minister Chris Alexander ordered an audit of the referred refugees from the UNHCR to see if genocide survivors were on there. The Liberal Party then politicized this in the campaign, and on Friday, October the 9th, 2015, the Prime Minister was asked this question. I want to start by asking you about the Conservatives' policy of prioritizing ethnic and religious minorities in bringing refugees. Is this something that would continue if the Liberals were elected? He responded, absolutely not. Madam Speaker, the reality is that the Conservative Party, and I am going to give credit to the NDP as well, had to stand here and force the government to do what was right. It took 2 votes to get them to recognize the genocide, and then it took me standing here day after day saying, when are you bringing these women here? Oh. What my colleague just did was perhaps one of the most shameful things that could happen on a day when we are trying to say never again. To say, you know what, we didn't act, but let's spin it. He should have stood there and said, it is my responsibility as a member to stand with you and ensure that never again happens. So I am proud to stand here and say that people on this side of the aisle, people here, are going to put that type of just disgustingness aside and force this government to do what's right.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Brandon Souris. In 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to be here to congratulate my colleague on her presentation and speech in regards to the report that is here today, and we get it conferred. I just want to say that her role as Shadow Cabinet Minister in Citizenship and Immigration has had a great deal to do with the getting of the Yazidi people, the numbers that we have. They wouldn't be here today without her. And it was a pleasure to stand with her in Winnipeg last summer and meet the Yazidi people who know that it was her forcefulness and continuing involvement of making sure that she kept the Yazidi needs in the forefront of the immigration program that actually got the 1,250 here to Canada today. And I wonder if she could help us understand then more about the reallocation of resources to maybe keep some of the people back in and resettle them back into their home area as well.
A very brief answer from the member from Calgary, Nose Hill, about 40 seconds.
Thank you to my colleague and for all the work that he's done in Manitoba in his role as Deputy Shadow Minister on this issue. But look, in this situation, it's not about taking credit, unlike what my colleague just tried to do. This is about doing what's right. We shouldn't try to take credit for just doing what is simply right. And if anything, the credit goes to those women, those survivors who have stood up after trauma, have gone across the world, who have raised their stories and demanded justice in light of what is such a difficult personal trial. All credit goes to them, and all responsibility on doing what's right falls to us.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38.
Order, please. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions raised tonight will be
East natural resources. I wish to also inform the House that because of the ministerial statement, government orders will be extended by 62 minutes. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've been following this debate now for a number of years, and I think it's fair to say that, yes, we recognize the strength of the Yazidi women in particular to be able to withstand what they've had to do over the last period of time. But it's also, I believe, important to recognize that we have an incredible civil service within the Department of Immigration and Refugees. We have a government that was not forced to do anything by the opposition on this particular issue. I believe that the record is very clear that from day one, this government has taken this issue very seriously. We have been very proactive in working with the many different stakeholders at hand to ensure that we do get Yazidi women in particular coming to Canada as refugees. Approximately 1,000, Madam Speaker. Now, having said all of that, I do want to, at this point in time, Madam Speaker, move, and seconded by the member from Yukon, that the debate on this issue be adjourned.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Bagnell, move that the debate be now adjourned. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Oui, adopté.
Carried.
The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric motions. Motions. Presenting petitions. L'honorable député de Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. I am very happy to table a petition signed by citizens in my riding of Hochelaga, which says that Canadian workers work harder than ever but can't keep their heads above water. The Liberal government abolished has done nothing to increase salaries. The idea of a minimum salary is something that would help workers throughout the country. It also asks that the Government of Canada re-establish the minimum federal salary and put it at $15 an hour. The second petition, Madam Speaker, says that they want to bring the government's attention to the fact that women only make $70 to every dollar a man makes. Canada is in the 14th place of a group of 40 countries in terms of pay equity. Now, certain committee reports have asked for proactive measures. The signatories ask that the government bring in a proactive bill on pay equity within 6 months and that they eliminate all obstacles to women's equality. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Petitions. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I as well have two petitions. The first has to do with tax havens, and here is what petitioners say. The Liberal government supported the NDP when it asked for concrete measures against tax havens, and whereas the Government of Canada knows of the activity in places like Grenada, the petitioners ask the Government of Canada to cancel their agreements with tax havens, beginning with Grenada, Antigua, and Barbuda. And the second petition is similar. And here is what citizens say. They want a national strategy for seniors, and they say, whereas there is increased inequality in the country and it affects seniors, especially, they want the Government of Canada to adopt a national strategy for seniors in order to respond to their needs in terms of health, lodging, financial security, and to improve their quality of life. Petitions. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like a train that sort of comes into the station regularly 10 or 13 times a day, here is a petition from signatories who come and put this on my desk every week. They want the return of a high-frequency train to Trois-Rivières because this train allowed for the incomparable economic development of the region and helped to support, and right now the government's words mean nothing, but what they want to reduce greenhouse gases and they want economic development, or so they say. Now let's hope that all citizens in the Windsor-Quebec axis will get good news in the next budget and not further along. Petitions.
Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to question 1928 to question 1930 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is
it the pleasure of the House that this become an order for the tabling of documents? So ordered.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, furthermore, Madam Speaker, I would ask then that the remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Does the Honourable Member have a unanimous consent to allow the the remaining questions be allowed to stand? Yes? Ordered. So ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
And again, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed, and so passed. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-85, an act to amend the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act and to make related amendments to other acts.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would also like to say that I will be sharing my time with the member for Essex. So we're already being nice with each other.
Proud of our government to be able to speak on this Bill C-85. But before I go into the bill itself, it's quite interesting to see the work that our government has done in the last year. This is the fourth trade deal on the table. That is very, very impressive, without a doubt. And we have to keep in mind that 60% of our GDP is from trade deals. So no trade deals, no economy. That's pretty well how I would describe it. So it's extremely important that we do so. And the good thing about this as well is that our Canadian small, medium, and large companies we are able to compete in the world. That's extremely important to note. There's nothing to fear because we are among the best in the world, and we can produce the best as well. So that's extremely important to note. And I also would like to share with the members of the House, all 338 members, that it is, in my opinion, it would be a good strategy, and I've started that, and we'll focus on that in the next few months, is to meet with all business associations in my community. For example, I have one in Sackville, I have one in Fall River, I have one in the Eastern Passage area, and one in the Eastern Shore, Porter's Lake, Lake Echo area. I believe it is time to have some really strong conversations about the opportunities that have been created in the last year with these trade deals. Madam Speaker, you have to understand that these trade deals touch many, many sectors. And as I go through my speech, you will be able to see the reductions, the 100% cuts in tariffs, and these are great opportunities. My question to all members is, are we communicating with our business community? Are they aware of these changes? Are they aware of these potential opportunities? That's what is important. Let me talk about the CIFTA, of course, the Canada-Israel trade deal. This is not something brand new that came about. But last year, we agreed to amend and enhance this agreement. This is 20 years later, last year. Now, how much has this agreement brought to us? Well, over the last 20 years, we've seen it triple. Now, up to $1.7 billion, which is an enormous amount of money for two countries directly trading. Now, this this trade deal, C-85, has basically 4 amended chapters, if you want, and 7 new chapters. And there's these amendments, as you will see, is very important in improving this trade deal, and the new pieces to it, the new chapters, Madam Speaker, is extremely important because once again we see Canada, again we see our government influencing major changes to enhance many areas of trade. Madam Speaker, let me start with the dispute resolution or the dispute settlement. Madam Speaker, as you know, that was a crucial one in the USMCA deal, and we were not going to sign any deal. And I repeat, we were not going to sign any deal without it. That's how important it was. But, Madam Speaker, not only do you find it in this trade deal, but you also find it in many, many chapters. So that, Madam Speaker, will make it that much more, make it that much stronger, because there will be some analysis and discussion happening on specific ones in that chapter, and therefore over time, both countries will see the strengths and the weaknesses and will be able to work through those processes. Again, this trade deal, more access to products, not just good product, but all types of products. And if I take almost 100% tax-free, or I should say trade tariff reduction, 100% almost on fish, seafood, agriculture, those are major sectors in our economy. We see, of course, improvement in the structure of the agreement, but the rules of origin is also a very important one that we were able to bring some relaxed focus to it, if you want, recognizing the global value chain and the streamlining for obtaining tariff treatment. So again, making sure that the necessary conditions were in place for greater success. Now, in the new chapters, Madam Speaker, we see the e-commerce, which is the online trading, online purchasing, and again, no tariffs on that will be applied in any way, shape, or form. Also protecting our intellectual properties, again, because we, of course, as a government or as Canadians, have many areas where we have been number one and have the best products and the best invention, and therefore we were able to ensure that there was relief on the copyright on that end. Madam Speaker, other chapters, other measures that we see is, of course, the food safety. We also see the environmental protection, which is extremely important in these new chapters. We're finding as well labor standards, and we've removed technical barriers of trade. So very important points. But where, Madam Speaker, I want to touch on is two areas in the added features that Canada has led once again. And the first one, Madam Speaker, is applying to the trade deal a gender lens. So, Madam Speaker, that's extremely important, that we're able to apply that lens to ensure that the both genders are able to contribute directly to the economy and these trade issues. Very important in all shapes, of course, and we've shown that how they can ensure a greater success in the economy with their direct contribution. It's also, Madam Speaker, will benefit all Canadians, not just a certain group of Canadians. So it's wide open in that sense. And the second area where we've really made some improvement as well is in the small, medium-sized businesses. As you know, the small, medium-sized businesses in Canada is the backbone to our economy. And we must make sure that they are successful and that we give them the tools to ensure that success. And inside this deal, we have exactly that, Madam Speaker. But let me finish, because you only give me 2 minutes now, and I'm sharing some of my time. How is it going to affect Nova Scotia, my province? Well, let's look at the CETA deal, for example. 96% of the fish and seafood is eliminated in tariffs. And we're seeing in manufacturing, Madam Speaker, tires that had a 4.5% gone to 0%. Machinery and equipment that had up to 8% tariff gone to 0%. Agriculture that had agriculture and agri-foods, such as, let's say, blueberry, we had up to 9.6% tariff, 0 tariffs. Maple syrup, which were extremely well known in Canada, 0 tariffs again. So, Madam Speaker, these trade deals are extremely important. Our government has been leaders from day one, and we are continuing to do so. We just as well did the CPTPP, which again, over 500 million people, that's 500 million people, both the CETA and the CPTPP have now access to 500 million people. And again, in the CPTPP, we have seen major benefits to financial services, food, seafood, agriculture, a variety of sectors will gain from it. So let me just read a quote as I finish. The mining industry representative, it reads, "We can't afford to be outside of this trading bloc. It would put us at a huge disadvantage." So, Madam Speaker, it is obvious that this government is focused on the middle class. This government is focused on the economy. And we know that 60% of our GDP is based on trade deals, and these trade deals will continue to allow middle-class Canadians to prosper. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? None, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The new SIFTA includes a commitment that to encourage the use of voluntary corporate social responsibility standards. So I just want to ask the member, why is this voluntary in SIFTA?
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her question. It's because they are business community good citizens. And we are going to work with, they've agreed, both countries, to work with the business community so that they can be good citizens in protecting the economy, protecting the environment, protecting our communities. Those are major things, and it's a step, again, in working together to ensure that we will get to where we need to go. We don't have to write it in black and white all the time. We, as two countries, can agree to work together to share the innovative principles that can be used to make those things that we want to accomplish happen. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for his comments, and certainly on this side of the House, we're all in favor of trade. We've shown that many, many times throughout our time in government and before. But, Madam Speaker, one of the comments that my colleague made was about the support for small and medium businesses. And, Madam Speaker, we certainly have shown our support for small SMEs here on this side. I'd just like to ask my colleague, if they're so supportive of small businesses, why last summer did they take the approach of attacking small business and creating obstacles for small business to be able to succeed? And then when finally they were pressured into it, they reduced the small business tax upon pressure from Canadians, from small businesses, and from this side. If they're so supportive of small business, why did it take all that pressure, and why are they being so hard on small business owners? So thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, the business community, as I said at the beginning of my speech, these trade deals are extremely important for the business community. This will allow them opportunities to continue to grow and prosper. That's extremely important. And my job and his job and the job of the 338 MPs is to work closely with our business community to make that happen. But let me just remind my colleague across the floor that it is this government that has lowered the small business tax from 11% to 10.5% to down to 10%. And yes, you guessed it, Madam Speaker. In April, it's going to be 9%, which would be among the lowest in the world. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my esteemed colleague for his speech, which, as usual, was very energetic. I'd like to ask him whether, to his knowledge, in this new Canada-Israel agreement, whether the bill distinguishes between Israeli territory and the territories occupied since 1967 as called for by the UN Security Council. The honourable member, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I have found no objection in the agreement with regard to the issue he has raised. Again, I would like to point out that this is the fourth free trade agreement we have signed in the last year, and it is our duty as members of Parliament to communicate. On this side, Madam Speaker, we are making changes. We are developing policy to improve the life of Canada's middle class. Often people on the ground are not aware of this, so it is our duty. In fact, we will be heading to our ridings next week, and that will be a great opportunity for us to directly or indirectly tell our constituents and our small business people about the things we've done. If cuts were made, this must be communicated. If there are opportunities, I will tell my constituent this. I am more than available to do what I can to represent my constituents.
Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise to speak to Bill C-85, an act to amend the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act and to make related amendments to other acts. There are many elements to any trade deal which can make them extremely complex, and they can be massive documents. But today I want to focus on gender, labor, and the important human rights obligations that this deal can address. The original Canada-Israel FTA was negotiated in 1993 and has been expanded 3 times over the last 25 years. The last revision or modernization of this agreement was negotiated by the previous Conservative government and is now being brought into force legislatively by the Liberals, much like the original NAFTA deal and the recent CETA and CPTPP agreements. New Democrats are supportive of the fact that this deal has a number of positive issues. One of them is that it creates more favorable conditions for exporters through important non-tariff commitments. And Madam Speaker, on the Trade Committee, we hear about non-tariff barriers far more than we hear about tariffs, as Canada is largely becoming tariff-free with the globe. It really is non-tariff barriers that we need to address to ensure that trade is flowing. It establishes mechanisms where both nations can cooperate to resolve unjustified non-tariff barriers, as I mentioned. It has provisions related to the protection and enforcement of intellectual property rights. It creates potential new and improved market access for Canada, particularly in the areas of agriculture, agri-food, and fish and seafood products. There are changes to the rules of origin that reflect many aspects of Canada's current approach, including recognizing the presence of global value chains and the integrated nation of North American production, as well as streamlining the provisions for obtaining preferential tariff treatment. The Environment Chapter is another first for Israel and will ensure environmental protections are maintained with recourse to a chapter-specific dispute resolution practice. There's a chapter on small and medium enterprises that will improve transparency and commits both parties to cooperate with a view to removing barriers and improving access for SMEs to engage in trade. It's widely understood, Madam Speaker, that we need greater supports for our domestic exporters to take advantage of this. And certainly, again, at the Trade Committee, we hear consistently that SMEs are not able to trade in the same way that large players are. For every FTA that we are signing, Madam Speaker, though, our exports are decreasing with the country that we're signing. And I point to the recent signing of CETA. A year on from the signing of CETA, our exports have decreased. So there are major fundamental issues that need to be addressed with the type of trade agreements that we're creating and signing ourselves onto if they aren't actually creating opportunities for Canadian businesses. The modernized CIFTA will provide new and improved market access for virtually 100%. Up from 90% of current exports of agricultural, agri-food, fish, and seafood products. In the agriculture and agri-food sector, 92% of Canadian exports will enter Israel duty-free in unlimited quantities under the modernized CIFTA, which is up from a current level of 83%. The agreement offers the potential for deeper, broader, and more prosperous commercial relationships between our two countries. And because of these provisions, New Democrats will support this bill at second reading, but will make constructive suggestions to include crucial human rights elements, and we hope that the Liberals and Conservatives will accept our amendments at committee. I want to talk about social issues. We're pleased with the new language and the representation of more social aspects of the deal, such as the environment, small business, corporate social responsibility, labor, and gender. But we can't understand why, with such a progressive trade agenda for this government, that they wouldn't have these provisions within the text of the agreement and fully enforceable. And I want to talk a little bit about corporate social responsibility. And the article references, again, a voluntary OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises that are a broad application to this agreement. And this is a good first step, Madam Speaker. But with respect to this clause, the New Democrats would prefer to see a corporate social responsibility chapter that has some enforceability and some teeth to it. When corporate social responsibility is only voluntary, how can this government plan to hold corporations to account? And those who violate human rights make a bigger profit when there's no one there to ensure that they are not violating rights. So we have to ask ourselves, Madam Speaker, why this provision is only voluntary. And as I mentioned, this was the Conservative negotiated deal, but the Liberals were truly concerned with the provisions. They could have negotiated much stronger language, as was done in the European Union-Israel trade agreement, which states, and I quote, "Relations between the parties, as well as all of the provisions of the agreement itself, shall be based on respect for human rights and democratic principles, which guides their internal and international policy and constitutes an essential element of this agreement," end quote. And I have to ask, Madam Speaker, why the government didn't bother to include a similar general line, at the very least, on human rights provisions in this agreement. I want to talk a bit about the gender chapter. The NDP would like to emphasize that, as we have in other trade agreements, the provisions around gender and equality cannot be just limited to one chapter, especially one that's unenforceable. As Vice Chair of the International Trade Committee and in committee meetings regarding other trade deals, Oxfam Canada came and presented, Madam Speaker, and they called the mainstreaming of gender rights throughout the entirety of this FTA not the path that we, or the path rather that we need to be on, not only relegating to one small chapter. Gender equality does not only concern issues of women entrepreneurs and business owners. Labour rights must also address injustices to women like pay inequity, child labour, and poor working conditions. The NDP believes that for an agreement to be truly progressive when it comes to gender rights, it must address the systemic inequalities for all women. We also believe that both a gender analysis and a gender impact assessment must be applied to all trade agreements, and would like to see this in the updated CIFTA. In fact, every trade agreement that we sign should be built on the previous gender provisions that we've achieved in other deals. I want to talk a little bit about labour. We're pleased to see that there is a labour chapter, which is a first for Israel in a free trade agreement. This will help to ensure that high labour standards are maintained with recourse to labour-specific, enforceable, binding dispute settlement mechanisms where non-compliance can lead to monetary penalties. The Canadian Labour Congress has also made it clear that in order to equally raise labour standards and all standards in an FTA, the labour chapter must include the International Labour Organization's 8 core conventions and adhere to its decent work agenda, and also must include the creation of an independent labour secretariat to oversee a dispute settlement process when there are violations of labour rights. The NDP also agrees with the CLC that the Government of Canada must look at due diligence for Canadian companies and funding agencies and create a framework for transnational bargaining to allow unions to represent workers in multiple countries. Any FTA should be guided by the principle that no one should be disadvantaged. Working people cannot continue to be an afterthought in trade agreements. Too often, people talk about free trade and state that a rising tide lifts all boats, and that simply trading with another country, they will emulate higher respect of workers, women, and human rights. However, we know that's simply not the case. When we talk about human rights, there are concerns with this FTA due to the fact that there are no human rights provisions and protections and recognition of the rights of Palestinians living in occupied territories. Human rights must be a part of our relationship with Israel, rights that Canadians expect us to uphold throughout the globe. C-85 does not ensure that CIFTA complies with international law, and we believe that the government must respect Canada's commitment to a peaceful and just settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Last week, I traveled with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and on the trip to Israel and to Palestine, she repeatedly talked about the importance of Canada's commitment to a two-state solution. This trade agreement is an opportunity to address this issue in a meaningful way by including language that mirrors the Israel-EU agreement. The agreement appears to cover products made in Israeli settlements and occupied territories. Neither Canada nor the United Nations recognize these settlements as part of Israel. These settlements are illegal and clearly violate the Fourth Geneva Convention, which prohibits the settlement of territories acquired by war and the movement of Indigenous people in those territories, among other things. And in fact, there is virtual global unanimity that the territories seized and occupied since 1967 by Israel, the West Bank, Golan Heights, Gaza, and East Jerusalem are not part of Israel, but form the basis of a sovereign Palestinian state. Indeed, those territories are a fraction of the land awarded to the Palestinian people by the United Nations partition of 1967. And as I said, New Democrats have worked for decades for a peaceful resolution in Israel and Palestine, and we will continue to fight for fairness and justice for all, including within this agreement. And as I said at the beginning of my speech, there is much within this modernized agreement that is positive and we agree with, and we will work at committee to ensure that respect of human rights are included in the newly updated CIFTA. Trading with Canada is a privilege, not just because of our incredible resources and products, but because of our global reputation. Fair trade can be a tool that uses, among many others, that we use to positively contribute to the world around us. Together with our global partners, we can build a better future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Winnipeg.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and it's actually encouraging. It's not very often when we're debating the issue of trade where we get New Democrats standing up indicating or at least implying that they're going to be voting in favor of the legislation. So I'm glad to hear, if that is in fact the case, that the NDP have seen the wisdom of recognizing the importance of world trade. And I think that's fairly significant. So I just wanted to applaud my colleague across the way. Because my understanding is that when we first had the Israeli-Canada trade agreement back in the early 90s, that they actually had voted against it. So having said that, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if my friend can maybe enlighten other members in regards to can we anticipate that NDP will have a different take on some of the other trade agreements? Where I tend to disagree with the member is she seems to be, Mr. Speaker, of the opinion that all these trade deals were actually done and sealed, and now we're just bringing in the legislation. A lot of these changes are actually not that long ago that have taken place in the last year, including this agreement here. It wasn't a signed-off agreement by no stretch of the imagination, Mr. Speaker. So I would ask if she can just enlighten us as to the future, what we can expect from the NDP on the trade file.
Member for Essex.
Well, I don't think I need to enlighten the member. We've supported the Canada-Ukraine deal in this Parliament. There was a technical bill that we supported in this Parliament in terms of trade. So I would just invite the member to look at the record as to what the NDP has been doing on trade in this particular Parliament. I will tell you, though, that the details matter in agreements, and I'm so proud of New Democrats and the way that we look at trade agreements in their entirety. We take the time to ensure that we understand what's in them and the impact that it will have on Canadians. And there are a lot of questions that Canadians should be asking about the type of trade agreements that we're signing and whether or not they're bringing opportunities to us. It's unfortunate that the Liberals, much like the Conservatives, are not in favour of having an accounting of where we're at in terms of years past on trade agreements. It's something critical that we do, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we're trading responsibly. So I would encourage the member to speak to those at the Trade Committee and support the amendments that we will be bringing forward that will reflect that transparency as well as human rights, which is critical in this particular agreement. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech on the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement. In the last part of her remarks, she pointed out that this agreement doesn't make a distinction between Israeli territories and the occupied territories since 1967, which is contrary to the UN recommendation and which runs counter to the country's position. At Global Affairs on their site, it mentions that Canada doesn't recognize the permanent control of Israel over the territories occupied in 1967. So what is her position on that?
Member for Essex.
I thank my colleague for his question, and this is very important because what he's stating is true, that this is Canada's position because we are a party to the UN Security Council Resolution 2334 that we signed in 2016, and it includes two very important statements. The first is that we reaffirm the establishment by Israel of settlements in the Palestinian territory occupied since 1967, including East Jerusalem, has no legal validity and constitutes a flagrant violation under international law and a major obstacle to achieving the achievement of the two-state solution and a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace. And it calls on states to bear in mind paragraph 1 of the resolution to distinguish in their relevant dealings between the territory of the State of Israel and the territories occupied since 1967. So one of the amendments that we will be proposing is something that we did see in the in the EU-Israel agreement, and that is the recognition of this Security Council resolution, a distinction, and as well human rights provisions that can and should be included in this agreement.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sharing my time today with my colleague from Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. I rise today to speak on C-85, the free trade agreement with Israel. Now, we heard some remarkable speeches today in the House from the Prime Minister, from our leader, the opposition leader, from the leader of the NDP, the Bloc, and the Green Party, the apology about turning away the St. Louis today. And it's also remarkable, right after that speech, we heard my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill give a very impassioned speech on the concurrence of the resettlement of these city women and children, resettlement in Canada. And I really hope people took notice on that, the same issue, people facing a genocide in a foreign land, that we are not doing our part to help out. I hope the government will listen to the comments by my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill, so that we're not sitting here a generation from now apologizing for turning our back on those people and not helping. Now, getting back to C-85, before I get on to that, I want to express, as I'm sure everyone in this House does, my sorrow over the horror of the Tree of Life synagogue murders a short time ago, an act of vile anti-Semitism, and a reminder that this hatred still exists in our world these days. Now, on a per capita basis in Canada, anti-Semitism, unfortunately, is still the most prevalent hate crime reported. The main synagogue in my riding of Edmonton West, Beth Israel, is a place of worship of a lot of friends of mine. I visit often for for events, and I was there this Saturday for Shabbat, for the drop-in for the Shabbat. And one thing I noticed as I approached, a police car across the street providing security and security at the door. Now, we don't see this at any other type of place of worship in Canada. Not the Catholic Church I attend, not the Baptist Church that one of my sons goes to for sporting events, not other places of worship, not the mosque that several of my friends attend, only at the synagogue. Now, it's disgraceful, and it's very unfortunate in this day and age, this is still required in Canada and the States and other parts of the world. Now, what does it say about our society in Canada that in this day and age, a synagogue still requires security? And what does it say about when a lunatic spouting vile anti-Semitic remarks goes on and kills 11 worshipers in a synagogue? It says anti-Semitism, unfortunately, is still alive and well and strong. Now, I belong to an organization called Christians United for Israel. We have about 90,000 members in Canada. There's about 3 million members in the U.S. Why do I belong? Well, because the scourge of anti-Semitism still flourishes, unfortunately. Now, today's debate is on trade with Israel, and I cannot discuss trade with Israel without noting the burgeoning anti-Semitic movement in Canada called BDS, Boycott Israel, Divest of Israel, and Sanction Israel. I will call the BDS movement what I believe it is. It's an anti-Semitic movement. Now, BDS supporters will claim, hand over heart, I'm not anti-Jewish, I'm just anti-Israel. But I think we need to call a spade a spade a spade. BDS supporters claim its intent is to move Palestinian-Israeli negotiations forward. Fine and dandy. But it's funny, they're so oddly silent on Turkey and Iraq bombing Kurdistan. They're oddly silent about the Turkish products from illegally occupied North Cyprus. Oddly silent on calls to sanction Morocco on its seizure of Western Sahara. And I have to ask, where are the BDS people's outrage over Russia's illegal invasion and occupation of parts of Ukraine? And it's funny, I don't see them marching at universities over the tenfold increase in Russian imports into Canada over the last 10 years. Where's their outrage over the Saudis' war in Yemen? And I don't see them protesting up and down the St. Lawrence as tanker after tanker of Saudi crude sails in. But I'm sure you see these same people screaming about the injustice of having a SodaStream device for sale in a local store. Now, the leftists complain Trump's promote violence with his rhetoric. I believe the BDS and its proponents do the same thing. They promote anti-Israeli and anti-Jewish messaging. To those who say, I'm not anti-Semitic, I'm just anti-Israel, I'll say, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it is a quack, or it is a duck. Now, why should we support this updated agreement with Israel? Well, Israel is the freest and most democratic nation in the Middle East. It's the only liberal democracy in that part of the world and reflects many of the values and beliefs that Canadians hold dear. Respect for democracy, the rule of law, tolerance of a multiracial and multi-religious society, and tolerance of gender and sexual expression rights. Israel is called the startup nation. It's called that for a reason. It's probably the most innovative nation in the entire world. It ranks first in the world for their attitude toward entrepreneurship, risk, and for the growth of innovative companies, and second only after the U.S. for venture capital availability. They rank 20th out of 140 countries listed in the latest competitive report on the freeness of economy. Canada can only gain by partnering and having stronger economic ties with such a country. Israel has the fastest growing rates, averaging 8% annually in their high-tech sectors. 80% of the high-tech products are exported. Now, despite all of this, despite their investment in R&D, despite 5.5% of their GDP going into national defense, I would like to point out to my colleagues across the way, the country of Israel still manages to have a budgetary surplus year after year. Now, as I mentioned, economically, Israel is a high-tech powerhouse, and we can only gain by strengthening our relationships with them. For Canadian companies, we're going to get improved access for exports of agriculture, agri-food, and seafood. We'll get improved border efficiencies, better regulatory transparency, and reduced red tape. Now, it's funny, it's odd that the government, the Liberals, who are so in love with regulatory red tape, never pass up a chance to further burden our economy with red tape, love Israel for the fact, and want this free trade for the fact that it's going to reduce red tape. Now, this bill has several new chapters, including electronic commerce, committing Canada and Israel not to reduce tariff and other barriers to commerce, intellectual property, affirming our commitments to Canada and Israel under the World Trade Organization to ensure proper protection for IP rights. Technical barriers to trade ensures that technical regulation, conformity assessment procedures, and other standards-related measures cannot be used as unjustified barriers to trade. Trade and environment ensures that Canada and Israel pursue high levels of environmental protection while realizing the benefit of liberalized trade. New chapters on trade and labor ensures effective enforcement of labor laws. Trade facilitation ensures border efficiencies, increases regulatory transparency, and reduces red tape for Canadian businesses. If only this government was committed to reducing red tape in Canada as they are in trade with Israel. Now, both countries will also benefit from an updated dispute settlement agreement and better rules of origin labeling. We have very much to gain from our friends in Israel. As I mentioned, it's literally the only liberal democracy in the Middle East. They are a world leader, as I mentioned, in technological innovation. We see their lead in pharmaceutical innovation. I had a friend of mine who unfortunately passed from ALS, but before he passed, he was part of a test subject where they equipped his body with a robotic walker so that he could enjoy the final year of his life being able to walk. These are all advancements made by the Israeli tech industry, and again, it's something that Canada can gain from very much. I'd like to quote, or end with a quote from the great Milton Friedman about trade. He says, "The most important central fact about a free market is that no exchange takes place unless both parties benefit." I believe that this trade agreement will benefit both Canada and Israel and our allies. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate many of the comments from my colleague and friend across the way. And I just wanted to just kind of pick up on the idea today. We had a wonderful, I thought, national apology, something that was overdue, and you can kind of sense not only on the floor of the House, but from all those that were in the galleries watching, that all speeches that were given on it were really heartfelt. And I thought it was kind of an appropriate debate that we're having here this afternoon, talking about a very special relationship between Canada and Israel, and just the importance, not only in regards to the real tangible results of having a trade deal such as this in terms of two-way trade between two great countries, but it also is, in good part, something that we should just recognize in terms of that extending of a hand of friendship. So, yes, there is economic benefits, but there's also a friendship benefit, I believe, believe, with a trade agreement of this nature. And there is some areas in which we're even putting a little bit more emphasis on that's been highlighted, such as the issue of women equality and dealing with some of the inequities that might be in the current agreement. And if I can just get my friends' comments just on the general thrust of my comments.
Well, member for Edmonton Edmonton West.
Well, it goes a bit north as well. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And for a change, I can actually say I want to thank the member from Winnipeg North for the question. It's nice to actually need the earpiece as well to hear some questions instead of his yelling. No, I agree with them. I tease them, but I agree with them. Canada, it's not just a trade deal. We have very deep bonds. The newest rabbi for Beth Israel Synagogue, the synagogue in my riding, replaces the wonderful Rabbi Daniel Friedman, who was one of the architects and the main driving forces behind the Holocaust memorial that we have here in Ottawa. Our new Rabbi Klayman just moved here from 10 years, born in Winnipeg, grew up in Ottawa, but just came here after 10 years in Jerusalem. And we have a lot of ties with a lot of family. The deputy governor of the Bank of Israel is actually is a Canadian from McGill. One of the youngest members of the Israeli Knesset is a young lady, Canadian-born from Montreal as well. So this does go a lot deeper than just mere trade ties. It reflects, our shared values, liberal democracy, freedom of religion, and so many other things that go far, far deeper than just a simple trade deal. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask my colleague if, according to him and his party's position, if this agreement should apply between Canada and Israel alone, or would the occupied territories be included? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was in Israel a year and a half ago in summer, we were meeting with members of the Israeli Knesset, and one of the members we met with was from the Arab List Coalition. They have a proportional representation program. The member from the Arab List commented he believes the biggest hope for peace, and please do not laugh at this, he's claimed the biggest hope for peace was President Trump, not because of what Trump is doing, but because their intent was to take the politics out of it and focus on prosperity and trade. And that's what he believed was going to move the Palestinian people forward and to a peaceful resolution what's going on. Not the politics, but creating wealth. And this trade agreement will help create wealth for everyone over there, not just people in Israel, but other areas as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brandon Souris, about a 30-second question, and hopefully we'll have a 30-second answer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to ask my colleague about a number of the new initiatives that might be in this bill. This was a Conservative-initiated project that took place from the bill that we signed in 2014. Part of that bill was a memorandum of understanding to renegotiate at this time. I'm pleased to see that, and there's a number of new chapters in labor, environment, trade, and gender, small and medium enterprises, and just if he could elaborate on the importance of those.
The honourable member for Edmonton West, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from Brandon Souris for the question. It was quite funny. We heard earlier someone across the way talk about the Liberal Party. This is their fourth trade agreement that they've signed. I think overlooks the fact that the Israeli one has been in existence for 20 years, and this is an update. The U.S. free trade, which they almost dropped the ball on, is existing free trade. CETA was 99% done. They just kind of took it over the edge. It's like scoring a goal into an empty net and then claiming that you're the hero of the game. And the same with TPP, the CPTPP, whatever they want to add in for the acronym. Again, things brought forward under a previous Conservative government that they're trying to claim success for. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Portneuf.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for Edmonton West for his excellent speech. I think there was a lot of relevant points, and I think that it's clear that ours is the party of free trade, and I'm very happy to share my time with my colleague. So thank you very much, my dear colleague for Edmonton West. Today in the House, we had a very special thought for those people those Jewish people who were turned back. We made an apology, and we acknowledge that these people have gone through tragic, some of the greatest tragedies in history. I have a great deal of respect for the Jewish people, and it also reminds me that last September in Pittsburgh, there was, unfortunately, an attack on a synagogue. And for me, this is completely unacceptable, and it reminded me of the massacre in Sainte-Foy, at the mosque at Sainte-Foy. People who were in the wrong place at the wrong time were the victims of a barbaric action, and I don't think that in a civilized society we can ever accept this kind of action. As a government, there should be measures in place so that we can do away with this kind of barbarism based on race and religion. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about C-85, establishing a free trade agreement between Canada and Israel. We are the party of free economy and free trade, and it was with great pride that we implemented various trade deals. We are consistent. We walk the talk, and we are going to support this bill at second reading because we believe in free trade, and we will continue our position. Canada has been a trading partner with Israel for a long time. Israel represents a major market for Canadian services and goods, and it is based on shared values and interests. Canada has benefited from this association. First of all, with respect to security, Israel is at the heart of the storm that is the Middle East, and it is an island of an oasis of stability. The values shared by Israel and Canada are very important, and we know that in the modern world, threats don't stop at national borders. In 2008, under the what government? The Harper government, the Conservative government, we made our cooperation with Israel a permanent thing. Secondly, the economy. Since 1996, Canada and Israel have had a free trade agreement which has allowed for free trade between the two countries. A third, technology. Israel has the greatest concentration of high-tech firms after Silicon Valley. It is a model of innovation. And, Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege as a parliamentarian to visit Israel, to visit Palestine, and I have to say, the people who live in Israel are determined, intelligent, they have extraordinary knowledge, and we should take inspiration from how they manage their new businesses. Now, the businesses in Israel are supported by an impressive model, and they have partners like universities, and they are part of the equation, and that is something we should do in Canada, because when we develop businesses, one perhaps among 100 will move forward. I think we have every interest in adopting their startup model. So we have the Canada-Israel Association for Industrial Development, which accepts proposals for projects in an innovation which have no military applications. There is a special focus on aerospatial projects, financial services, information technology, communication technology, oil and natural gas, and in sustainable development. These projects are beneficial to both our countries, and the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement came in. The first agreement came into effect over 20 years ago, and it followed two initiatives which were launched in 2010 and 2014, and it has to do with lowering duty on agricultural products, intellectual property rights, and non-tariff barriers. Mr. Speaker, we can go to the Canadian government's site with respect to this free trade agreement and look at what's going on. In 2015, Canada and Israel ended negotiations to update the agreement, provisions having to do with rules of origin. It also was broadened to include 7 new chapters, including intellectual property, economic obstacles to trade, the environment, as well as facilitating trade. And Mr. Speaker, we have lost 3 years in updating this agreement, which was signed in 2015 under the Harper government. So there was a memorandum of understanding which was signed but will not come into effect yet. The discussions ended in 2015, and here we are 3 years later, 2018, we've lost 3 years. Economically speaking, we have lost millions of dollars because of this government's slowness. The Conservative government negotiated agreements, and then the Liberal government brags about signing them. The TPP, the CETPP, which had as its objective bringing various economies together. Now, it began under the Harper government. In 2012, Canada and Mexico joined negotiations, and then the TPP was signed. It had to be ratified by 12 countries, so the process is still underway. Now, after that, we had CETA, the agreement with Europe, CETA. Now, who brought that in? It was the Conservative Party. It was the party of the economy which wanted to open up trade routes, and I think it's very legitimate in a context where our southern neighbor has a rather unpredictable approach to things. What I find unfortunate is that even this morning I read that our Prime Minister announced that even if we couldn't eliminate tariffs on steel, wood, and aluminum, that we would still sign the agreement with the United States. Now, it's great to have agreements, but you need to be able to negotiate. And unfortunately, when this government signs agreements, it uses our agreements. But with respect to the agreement with the United States and Mexico, I have to say, it wouldn't have happened in this way if the Conservatives had been in power. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, and you know, it's interesting the member across the way is trying to rewrite history.
it's okay. We can, share in some of the credit, no doubt. A good example would be the Ukraine trade agreement, in which there was a lot of work on both sides, the Conservatives and this government, to ensure that that deal was actually signed off. Our Prime Minister was there in Ukraine to further advance that sign-off. When we talk about the Trans-Pacific Trade Agreement, the comprehensive Trans-Pacific Agreement, to try to imply that deal was even complete is wrong. Not to mention the CETA deal, the European deal, was virtually off the tracks. And our most capable and able minister who helped secure that agreement with the United States was in Europe trying to solidify getting it back onto the tracks. Fortunately, because of good, hard work and a sense of commitment, and most importantly, and it's really important that we recognize this, we have some of the best trade negotiators and civil servants in the world when it comes to this, and this is something that should be highlighted, Mr. Speaker, from all sides of this House. Recognize the valuable individuals. So my question to my colleague, as the Liberals will want to take credit, the Conservatives will want to take credit, we should at the very least maybe join hands in acknowledging our negotiators.
L'honorable député de Portneuf.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to decide on who's the best, who's the strongest, but as parliamentarians, we should rise above partisanship and act in such a way that the relationship between countries and trade agreements be profitable for Canadians. And I think in the most recent file, in the USMC, it is the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. It took 13 months of negotiation, and unfortunately, these negotiations did not eliminate all irritants. There was the American tariffs on steel, aluminum, and wood. And as I said, in this House, there is a business in my riding which has its headquarters in Canada, which products certain things made by a Canadian company which has to pay taxes to export to Canada. Unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. I think we have to get above party politics and do all we can to speed up the process to have the best free trade agreements we can with various countries. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech with interest, and in the first part of his speech, he made a very clear distinction between Liberals and Conservatives, but allow me to compare them and tar them with the same brush, because they both developed agreements that allowed our businesses to grow. But where we are distinct and different is that we are not using these agreements to protect human rights and advance human rights. We talk about the voluntary adoption of social responsibility and corporate responsibility. Same approach, Liberals or Conservatives. No protection for people. Has there been a change under the new Conservative or under the new Liberal government? And is it different from the preceding government? The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to salute my colleague. It was a very interesting question. I will simply say to my colleague that here in Parliament, our work is to improve bills in order that they be better. So I'd like him to do what he can to make sure that the bill, which is at second reading, that's why we're debating it, in order to improve it. I hope that his message has been heard, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry. Resuming debate. I'm pleased to speak today on Bill C-85, which implements the new Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement. Earlier in the day, this House remembered the horrors experienced by the victims of the Shoah, in particular the passengers of the MS St. Louis. Because of a heartless policy, no doubt motivated by anti-Semitism, Canada prevented the 907 passengers to find refuge here. We are all partly responsible for the fate of these people after they returned back to Europe. Yet, ironically, this afternoon we are debating Bill C-85, which modernizes the free trade agreement between Canada and Israel. In 1939, Jews did not have a country to call their own, and where they could be sure to live in safety, and perhaps that's what made them so vulnerable and nearly wiped them off the map, as they were victims of the madness of some and the indifference of others. Today, nearly 80 years later, they have their own country, a prosperous country, and we are debating the modernization of the free trade agreement between Canada and Israel. We have come a long way. But understand that Bill C-85 does not open the door to free trade between Canada and Israel. It actually modernizes an agreement signed in 1997, 22 years ago. Israel is one of the first countries in the world with which Canada signed a free trade agreement. And in matters of trade, Quebec and Israel are made for each other. Israel is a modern state, one of the most technologically advanced states in the world, in particular in the new technologies of communication and information. It's the same for Quebec. Each year, Quebec generates on average between 40 and 45% of Canada's technological exports. Further, Israel is a world leader in the electrification of transport. As for Quebec, Quebec has everything to become a world leader in that field as well. The only thing that's missing is for Ottawa to support us. In these two areas and in several others, there is a natural fit between Quebec and Israeli companies. And this natural fit occurs on many levels, and that's why we are supporting Bill C-85 at second reading. That said, I would like to point out a strange aspect of the bill as worded, and this strange thing should be corrected. Whereas we are supposed to be debating a free trade agreement between Canada and Israel, that's not what it says in the bill. Indeed, this is an agreement with Israel in addition to the occupied territories. By ratifying this treaty as worded, Canada would more or less recognize that the occupied territories truly do belong to Israel, and such a position goes against Canada's foreign policy. It goes against international law. It goes against the UN Security Council's position. To understand the situation, let's go back in time a little bit. In 1947, the United Nations adopted a partition plan to create two states on Palestine territory, which was under British rule. A Jewish state, today Israel, and an Arab state, which was to become Palestine. Unfortunately, things were not as simple. Since Arab countries refused this partition plan, war broke out, and to the surprise of many, the Israeli army pushed back Arab armies around its territory, and it was in that context that the State of Israel was created. And when the warring parties agreed to a ceasefire in 1949, the international community accepted the ceasefire line as being the border of Israel. For its parts, or rather, Palestine therefore was not born. Egypt occupied the Gaza Strip, whereas Jordan occupied East Jerusalem and the West Bank. So there was no peace, only a ceasefire. And after years of tension, war broke out again in 1967, and Israel, after having driven out the Arab armies, completely occupied the Palestinian territory since 1967. This conflict is frozen in time. Yet the position of the international community has not changed. The Israeli territory is bound by the borders of 1949, and the rest of the territories don't really belong to Israel. Any change would have to be the result of a bilateral agreement, not a bilateral agreement between Canada and Israel, like the one we are debating today, an agreement which can be supported by both Israel and the Palestinians. Canada is party to this international consensus, and this is what it says on the website of the Department of Global Affairs. Canada does not recognize the unilateral annexation by Israel of East Jerusalem. Canada does not recognize the permanent control of Israel over the territories occupied in 1967. The Israeli settlements in the occupied territories are a further significant obstacle to overall fair and sustainable peace. Canada's position is clear. It is in line with international law, and the Bloc Québécois supports it entirely. Yet, and this is the reason why I was talking about a strange thing a little earlier on, this is not what it says in the Free Trade Agreement. At Section 1.7, the treaty indicates that the Israeli territory, and I quote, is territory where its laws, or its custom laws, rather, are applied. Mr. Speaker, a territory which is occupied is a territory on which you impose your own laws. That's the very definition of occupation. So as worded, the agreement we are debating includes the occupied territories, in particular the settlements. The agreement says that they are part of Israel's territory, which goes against Canada's foreign policy. At the conclusion of the agreement last May, the Minister for International Trade told this to the Canadian press. In international law, a territory is defined by its physical territory where customs law applies. But no, Mr. Speaker, it does not have to be that way. Europe, for its part, has chosen to align its trade policy with its foreign policy. In the free trade agreement between Europe and Israel, this is what it says at Section 83. The agreement applies to the territory of the State of Israel. That's all. Mr. Speaker, the Israeli conflict is fossilizing. It is deteriorating. The more settlements are built, the harder it will be for Israel to end the occupation. It will be increasingly difficult to reach what we all would like to see in this House, two states side by side in peace within mutually recognized borders. The UN Security Council understood this, and it also understood that a provision like the one contained in the agreement we are studying is against peace. In December 27, this is what the UN Security Council unanimously adopted under Resolution 2334. The Council calls upon all states to distinguish in their relevant dealings between the territory of the State of Israel and the territories occupied since 1967. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers are friends of Israel, but they are also friends of the Palestinians. And Quebecers love peace. That is why, after having passed C-85 at second reading, we hope the strange provision will be corrected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions
and comments.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in an anticipation that this bill will, in fact, ultimately be passing, it's really encouraging to see the type of support for what I believe is just a fantastic piece of legislation. There are some very progressive aspects to the bill. I really do believe that we have seen a very positive trade agenda from virtually day one with this government. We've highlighted whether it's Ukraine, the EU, the TPP or the comprehensive TPP, the new trade agreement with the United States and Mexico, even the WGA amendments that were made. And I think this is the real benefactor with all of this, I believe, is in fact Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. It's getting those markets. I think we're the only country in the G7 that actually has these trade agreements with all the other trade G7 countries. Very powerful statement, and now it's really encouraging to see what appears to be a virtual unanimous support for the legislation. And I guess I would ask my colleague across the way if he would provide his thoughts in terms of just how important it is that we do get these trade relations with other countries around the world, because it does enhance opportunities for our businesses, and by doing that, we're creating great opportunities for job growth here in Canada.
The member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and his observation. Yes, absolutely. The Bloc Québécois recognizes the importance of having trade agreements which are fair for all parties involved. I, in fact, have a special thought for Mr. Bernard Landry, the former Premier of Quebec, who died yesterday. He was one of the first to state clearly that it was important for Quebec to engage in international trade. He said that half of what is produced in Quebec, so half of Quebec's economy, basically is due to its exports. We are a small, open economy, and to grow wealth and to create good jobs, I'm thinking of the technological shift, the high-tech, high-value-added jobs. It's important to have free trade agreements with other partners. Again, half of Quebec's wealth depends on free trade agreements, so they are important. Nevertheless, I'd like to remind my colleague that too often, if we look at the last three major agreements, the CETA, the new TPP, and the new agreement with the USA and Mexico, major parts of Quebec's economy were put on the table, were given away without adequate compensation. At least that's our point of view. And clearly, I'm thinking of our dairy farmers, our agricultural producers working in the supply management system. The government opened the door to this sector, created breaches in this sector, which is supposed to be protected. We certainly hope that they will be adequately compensated. I moved a motion in this House which was unanimously carried with the purpose of completely compensating farmers before we sign onto the USCA. Thank you very much. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm listening to my colleague who's from Quebec, as am I. Quebec is a nation, and Quebec depends on international trade, as my colleague said. As for the USMCA agreement, which was signed, I just want to come back to the dairy sector. We are going to strike two committees to ensure that we adequately compensate dairy farmers and agricultural producers. I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks about these two committees which will be struck. The member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Rivière-du-Loup for her question. This compensation for our farmers, for our agricultural producers, they don't like to be compensated. And what I mean by that is that they did not want to be the sacrificial lambs in any agreement, and yet they were sacrificial lambs in the last three free trade agreements. I'm happy to hear there will be these committees which will be struck, but I fear that adequate compensation will not be forthcoming in light of these last three agreements. Yet, we are hoping that full compensation will in fact come through. So whether we are talking about our dairy producers or any producers working under supply management, they all are entitled to proper compensation. I said we would support this bill at second reading, but we will move an amendment to ensure that the occupied territories, occupied since 1967, are not included in this agreement. And I would like to know whether the Liberal Party and MPs from the Liberal Party will be willing to support my amendment. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
There we go. Thank you. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Monsieur Carr, appuyé par Ms.
Mr. Carr, seconded by Ms. Ng, moves that Bill C-85, an act to amend the...
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Oh. All. Is everyone in favor? No, okay. All those in favor of the motion, please say yay. Yay! All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. I believe the yeas have it. Call in the members. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Carr, seconded by Ms. Ng, moves that Bill C-85, an act to amend the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act and to make related amendments to other acts
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petpat-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Ng.
Ms. Ng.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Grove.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Chiefkay.
Mr. Chiefkay.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratenzi.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. Javesky.
Mr. Jevsnesky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massa-Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascouche Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Chemin, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemin, Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alice
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gourd.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Van Castren.
Mr. Van Castren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trose.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrett.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Ms. May Sanch Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera. Yeas pour 270, 270, nays contre 1.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. Okay, very good. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill 3 C-375 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
By Mr. Longfield, may I dispense? No, I heard a no. Mr. Johari, seconded by Mr. Longfield, move that Bill C-375, an act to amend the Criminal Code, pre-sentence report, be now read a third time and do pass. All those to my right, in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Graywall.
Mr. Graywell.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massa Avignon-Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massey Avignon Lametis Matan Matipidia.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishmas, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masque
Ms.
Fraser
Sidhu
Canyon.
Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bos.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeBruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row to my right.
Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mrs. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendoncino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Josneski.
Mr. Josnevsky.
Mr. Dannywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
My right.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Gros.
Ms.
Mr.
Grove.
Lausanne, Argentin, Les Petites Nations.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentin, Les Petites Nations.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan and Tobe North.
Ms. Duncan and Tobago North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlotte.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest et les
Mr.
Serres.
Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Première rangée à ma droite.
First row to my right.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petpat-Taylor.
Ms. Petpat-Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Que tous ceux... Oh, sorry. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, we're good. Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui...
All those to my left opposed to the motion, please rise.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Barsalou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May Sanish Golf Island.
Ms. May Saint Gulf Islands.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lapropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Madame Quach.
Madame Quach.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second.
Mr.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row to my left.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
All those at my right, all those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gourd.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCallum, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Godin.
Third row.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Aliceland.
Ms. Alice Love.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Nuttall.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row to my left.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultev.
Mr.
Ms.
Abultev.
Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Êtres-Humains, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Êtres-Humains, Lévis. Yeas pour 198, sans 98, nays 30, 76, 67.
I declare the motion carried. Okay, very good. The House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-376 under private members' business. La question est la...
The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that Bill C-376, an act to designate the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month, be now read a third time and do pass. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Grewal. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Ms. Hutchins. Mr. Yekulu. Mr. Guhari. Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massa-Avignon-les-Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, Lamatis, Matan,
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Oliphant.
Fourth row.
Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bailiff.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Von Dam.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. Jevnesky.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Pesky Salido.
Mr. Pesky Salido.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Mr.
Second row to my right.
Ms.
Mr.
Scrow.
Lausanne, Gentil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lozon, Argentine de Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan and Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan and Tobico North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Leboutier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest et Les Serres.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest des
Mr.
Serres.
Chiefke.
Mr. Chiefke.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
First row on my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petpat Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Starmont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Miss May Sainish Golf Island.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Left.
Mrs. Aid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gourd.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. John.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Rangé à ma gauche.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abute.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame
Ms.
Boutin-Sweet.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Pella River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemin, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins,
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui sont...
All those to my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Second row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row.
Please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row.
Yeas pour 273, 273. Nays compte 0. Aucun.
I declare the motion carried. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division of the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-316 under private members' business. La question est la suite.
The question is as follows.
First seconded by Mr. Waugh, moved that Bill C-316, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, organ donors, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Que tous ceux...
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Island.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
My left.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gourd.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row to my left.
Oh.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Ms. Alice Love.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Deuxième rangée à ma...
Second row to my left.
Farah.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
First row on my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemin, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Que tous ceux à ma droite veuillent...
All those at my right who support the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Hari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Long.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massa, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapedia.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton
Mr.
South.
Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. All.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ames.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Josneski.
Mr. Josneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky Salido.
Mr. Pesky Salido.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row at my right.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke
Mr.
North.
Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlotte.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
First row on my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petpat-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui...
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Cinquième rangée, fifth row.
Fifth row.
Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. Que tous ceux à ma droite qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Première rangée.
First row.
Yeas pour 272, 272, nays, contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Health. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recording division on the motion on the second reading stage of Bill C-393 under private members' business. La question est la suite.
The question is as follows. Mr. Thériault, seconded by Mr. Sainte-Marie, moved that Bill C-393, an act to amend the Canadian Multiculturalism Act, non-application in Quebec, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Fourth row.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Première rangée.
First row.
Tous ceux à ma droite qui appuient la...
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Première rangée.
First row.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Ms. May. Island.
Fourth row
Gulf
on
Island.
my left.
Mrs. Aid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gourd.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Miss Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Great, Owen
Mr.
Sound.
Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Miss Alice Lev.
Miss Alice Lev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Shuckett.
Mr. Shuckett.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultev.
Mr. Abultev.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
À ma gauche.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui s'opposent.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr.
Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefeld.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé-Avignon Lamétis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Lametis Matin Matipedia.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
À ma droite.
Fourth row at my right.
Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr.
Mr.
Badaway.
Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr.
Mr.
Bossio.
Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
On my right.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Anna DeSangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jeffsneski.
Mr. Jeffsneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky Solido.
Mr. Pesky Solido.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Lausange, entre les petites nations.
Mr. Lozom, Argentin Les Petites Nations.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan and Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey
Mr.
Charlottetown.
Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest de
Mr.
l'Isère.
Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Première rangée à ma droite.
First row at my right.
Hair.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petpat Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Wilson-Rabel.
Ms. Wilson-Rabel.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay. Ayes pour 10, bis, nays contre 263, 263.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
I wish to inform the House that because of the delay, there will be no private members' business hour today. Par conséquent, l'ordre est rapporté à...
Accordingly, the order is postponed to an.
À l'ordre. Order. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38 du...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that...
Adjourn. If you can hear my voice, please say shh. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In June, I asked whether the government would consider sanctioning President Trump's personal business interests in order to lift the American tariffs from our steel and aluminum exports. I'd like to begin by mentioning the high cost of these tariffs to our country. Not only have they reduced current exports and cost jobs in the present, they are also deterring investment into Canada's steel and aluminum industries, which of course is costing our economy and employment in the long term as well. So, Mr. Speaker, what has the government done so far? Well, it's applied reciprocal tariffs to American steel and aluminum coming into our country. It also had retaliatory tariffs that were targeted on products coming from politically sensitive American electoral districts. And Mr. Speaker, while that was a very clever type of retaliation, I really think that it's run its course, given that we had the American midterm elections yesterday, whatever political consequences have been felt, and unfortunately the U.S. steel and aluminum tariffs are still applying to Canadian exports. So we need to look at other options, and as I suggested back in June, one of those options could be to sanction the personal business interests of President Trump. Unlike previous American presidents, he has not divested his business assets. And Mr. Speaker, this makes him uniquely vulnerable to the possibility of sanctions from other countries. So I'd like to hear what the government's response is to that option. I think another option that we need to look at involves the recently agreed to USMCA agreement. Just this evening, CBC reported that our ambassador to the United States has indicated that the Prime Minister will not participate in a signing ceremony as long as the American steel and aluminum tariffs remain in place. However, it does seem that the government is prepared to go ahead and sign the agreement. CNN interviewed the Prime Minister and he said, quote, "We're not at the point of saying that we wouldn't sign if it wasn't lifted, although we're trying to make that case." End quote. So, Mr. Speaker, it sounds as though the government is prepared to go ahead and sign USMCA even if American tariffs continue to apply to Canadian steel and aluminum exports. And I think that that's a big problem. I think one of the obvious goals of a free trade agreement should be not to have that type of tariff in place between our two countries. So I do find it concerning that the government is already signaling by way of this interview that the Prime Minister did on CNN that they're prepared to go ahead and sign USMCA even if the U.S. keeps these tariffs in place. I think we need our government to take a much stronger stand, on that point, and we really need to see some strong action to get these American tariffs off our steel and aluminum exports. So, Mr. Speaker, to sum up, we have these American tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum being sold south of the border. It's imposing huge costs on Canada's economy and on Canadian workers. My constituents and other Canadians need to know what the government's plan is and what the government's timeline will be to have these American tariffs removed. Thanks very much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member from Regina Louvain for his question. Mr. Speaker, last month we reached consensus with the U.S. alongside Mexico on a new modernized North American free trade agreement for the 21st century. Our government fought hard to reach a good agreement, and we were successful. The ties across North America are essential for our shared economic prosperity, and we look forward to further deepening our close economic ties with the U.S. and Mexico. On the question of U.S. Section 232 tariffs, our position remains unchanged. The U.S. tariffs imposed under the rationale of national security on steel and aluminum are unacceptable and an affront to the long-standing security partnership between the U.S. and Canada. These tariffs are illegitimate and unjustified, and that is a message that we have repeatedly shared with the U.S. administration. It is overwhelmingly in the best interest of both Canada and the United States for these reciprocal tariffs to be lifted. In the meantime, we've taken strong, responsive measures to defend our steel and aluminum workers, and that is why we responded earlier in July by imposing tariffs against U.S. imports worth $16.6 billion, equivalent to the value of Canadian steel and aluminum trade affected. This is the largest trade action Canada has taken since World War II. Our government has also announced that it's making available up to $2 billion to defend and protect the interests of Canadian workers and businesses in the steel, aluminum, and manufacturing industries. These measures are helping to strengthen the competitiveness of Canada's steel and aluminum companies and contribute to economic growth while increasing the capacity of the industries to innovate, grow value added, support product and market diversification, and create and sustain jobs for Canadians. As we have always said, the NAFTA talks are completely separate from these illegal Section 232 tariffs. However, now that we've completed the USMCA, we now have some wind in our sails, and we continue to work for the permanent removal of the U.S. tariffs. In the meantime, our reciprocal countermeasures will remain in place until the tariffs are removed, and we are challenging the U.S. tariffs under the World Trade Organization and NAFTA rules. All Canadians can rest assured that the removal of the Section 232 tariffs is a priority for our government. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Regina Luban.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I certainly appreciate that the Parliamentary Secretary has stated the government's opposition to the illegitimate American tariffs on our steel and aluminum exports. I think everyone in this House shares the goal of removing those tariffs. The question we're debating this evening is how to achieve that goal. The Parliamentary Secretary mentioned the government's existing retaliatory strategy, which was largely based on targeting certain American electoral districts. Now that the U.S. midterm elections are over, I wonder whether the Parliamentary Secretary believes that that strategy has worked, or whether he would agree with me that some new strategy is now required. I would like to hear some kind of a response to the possibility of instead targeting President Trump's personal business interests rather than continuing the retaliation that targets the American people in a sense. And I'd also like a commitment that the government won't sign USMCA until these tariffs are lifted.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government will always stand up for Canadian workers, businesses, and consumers. The recently agreed USMCA is proof of that. It safeguards more than $2 billion a day in cross-border trade and tariff-free access for more than 70% of Canadian exports. In fact, with CETA and CPTPP, the USMCA means Canada now has tariff-free access to 1.5 billion consumers around the world. That's great news for our businesses and workers, and just as we fought for Canadians at the NAFTA negotiating table, we will fight for them to remove these unfair U.S. tariffs. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was reviewed just 2 days ago after the government decided to spend $4.5 billion of public funds on a 65-year-old leaky pipeline that Kinder Morgan received a letter from the government stating it had committed not one, not two, not three, but 4 offenses. That was at the time when I asked the question, Mr. Speaker. And months had passed without mandatory monitoring reports being provided to the government and First Nations. And safe underwater noises limits during expansion work had exceeded safe underwater noise limits, putting marine wildlife at risk. Yet the government insisted Kinder Morgan deserved this bailout. As I've said on numerous occasions now, this is not the course of action a climate leader takes. Here's the approach a climate leader takes, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, the member for Edmonton Strathcona, who had been providing true leadership on this file throughout her career in and out of politics, had put motion M204 on notice in this House. The passing of that motion would compel the government to enact legislation to establish a legal regime to ensure that binding measures are in place to ensure greater transparency and accountability for sound decision-making in delivering on Canada's commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This would include prescribing legally binding reduction targets for greenhouse gases for 2030 and 2050, consistent with commitments under the United Nations Framework on Climate Change, which Canada adopted and ratified, and targets committed to in the Paris Climate Agreement. Prescribing a duty to take measures to reduce or mitigate risks or impacts from climate change, establishing an independent climate advisory committee of experts appointed by the Governor in Council to advise government on measures to meet targets based on scientifically, technologically, and economically sound analysis. For this committee to undertake audits based on progress indicators of the actions to deliver on these targets, and for the committee to submit to Parliament an annual report outlining the advice provided, actions taken, and progress in meeting targets. This legislation would mirror that enacted in the United Kingdom in 2008, 10 years ago. It would resemble measures taken by Germany, Denmark, Sweden, and Finland. And as my colleague stated, her motion would deliver deeper action and accountability than the panel of experts the Environment Minister had proposed. This is climate leadership. This is climate action. Legally binding targets with checks and balances to hold a government to account when it's not reaching them. A transparency and accountability model based on global best practices. That's what Canada needs right now. Instead, we have toothless advisory panel for ad hoc consultations. We have Harper's targets, and that we also have the Auditor General and Intercontinental Panel on Climate Change telling this government that even those targets would be missed and that there is no accountability. The United Kingdom took steps towards real accountability on climate action a decade ago. My question is, will this government support motion 204 and hold themselves accountable to meet the climate targets that Canadians today and tomorrow need?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to thank the Honourable Member for Vancouver East for her question. I also want to reassure all members of this House and every Canadian watching at home that our government is committed to developing our country's abundant resources the right way, by protecting investor confidence and promoting public trust, by advancing Indigenous reconciliation and enhancing environmental performance, all with the goal of getting good resource projects built in a timely, responsible, and transparent way. That has been our focus since we came to office in November of 2015, and that's why we took a leadership role in forging a Paris Agreement on climate change. That's why we sat down with provinces and territories and consulted with Indigenous leaders to draft a pan-Canadian framework to support clean growth and address a changing climate. That's why we tabled Bill C-69. That's why we're consulting on a framework for recognizing and implementing Indigenous rights. And that's why we put in place the Pipeline Safety Act, which came into force in June 2016. We understand that Canadians depend upon our government to ensure that Canada's oil and gas pipelines are built securely and operated safely. The Pipeline Safety Act helps us do that by creating a culture of safety, and Bill C-69 would build on that by creating a new Canadian energy regulator with enhanced powers to oversee stronger safety and environmental protections. That includes new powers for federal inspection officers so they can act quickly and, if necessary, place a stop work order on any project that is operating unsafely or falling short of prescribed conditions. Such measures are critical to delivering on our vision of a Canada that works for everyone, a Canada that creates good jobs and expands our middle class, a Canada that develops its resources sustainably and competitively, and a Canada that leads the global transition to a low-carbon economy. Mr. Speaker, the Trans Mountain Expansion Project has the potential to be part of that vision, but we know we've got more work to do to move forward the right way, and that's why we've instructed the National Energy Board to reconsider its recommendations concerning the effects of project-related marine shipping, and to do so with the help of a special marine technical advisor. That's also why we relaunched our government's Phase 3 consultations with Indigenous groups affected by the project. With former Supreme Court Justice, the Honourable Frank Iacobucci, serving as a special federal representative on legal and constitutional matters. We are committed to growing the economy and protecting the environment at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, as I have unfortunately pointed out far too many times, the Liberal government talks a big game on climate change, but their actions don't back up their words. They kept Harper's climate targets, they bought a 65-year-old leaky pipeline, and it's no wonder the Auditor General told them they won't meet the targets. If the government passes motion M204, it will be a move to create a true accountability measure in place to prevent any government of any stripe from failing to do what is necessary to prevent global temperatures from rising above 1.5 degrees. Holding yourself accountable to your promises and, more importantly, to combat climate change is what true leadership looks like. Will this government support motion M204?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member's comments remind me of something the Prime Minister once said in response to one of her previous questions. And it's worth repeating here because I think it illustrates how wide the gulf is in this House. The Prime Minister said, and I quote, "The NDP and Conservatives still think there's a choice to be made between the economy and the environment." Mr. Speaker, they're wrong. They're making a false choice. Economic growth and environmental protection are not competing interests. They are equal components of a single engine that will drive Canada's innovation and prosperity for generations to come. Thank you very much.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc adjournée.
The House remains adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to the standing order.